Here is all good. I noticed that lots of people had their speaker notes, and I was like,
but they won't come up on.
No, they won't. It's just that.
Right.
I mean, I had to put a laptop here, not just the presentation here.
The PDFs that they sent.
Yeah. So I had them all loaded on a different laptop. But yeah, I'll go and sort it out now.
Excellent.
I've got another laptop the same as that, so I can just come and do this. All right.
Cheers.
Just a mic check, 1, 2.
I don't know if you need this.
Nā hāpatanga, kai wanga nui a tātou, ka hoki uturi mai rā tātou ki tō tātou whare āhua, o te Midway Life Club, e rā mungu āhuatanga ka roki a tātou. Morera anei rā tātou te hau kāinga, kei te tūwhera i a tātou, i aua wā, te rangi a tāhua, ko tai ke mai ki runga no ki tō tātou whare, hei karekia mā tātou, hei tūhono ki rā tātou ki rote tō tātou tuku karekia, o te hāhi rātana. O reira tukuna tu rā tātou te rākau te ai.
Haere whakamoe tiko rōrea honore hareruia kia ihoa o ngā mano te matua tama wairua tapu me nāna hera pono me te māngai hei tautoko mai ai nei ake nei ai i o nui, i o roa, i o taki te wānana i o te kukinga i o te mataho whanā mai tēnei tāro rangi nui i te ake nei tēnei tāro te moana nei tēnei tāro papatu anuku e tāpoto nei kia rārau te tapu ai o tānei tūraro tēnei te pō, nau mai te ao, kāranga te ao e piri, kāranga te pō tāne e piri e tata. Ko piki te ora, piki te kaha, piki te māramata. me te rangi Māori e tanga wākatoa whakamaua kia tina, haumi e hui e tae ki e. E tu e te morihu ka ututangi o ngā pere, te arepa te omeka, piriwiri tua hāmiura. Kia tau, te rangi Māori e me ngā morihu whānau katoa, o ngā tau o te hahi rātana te tāme e nai nei o te matua tamawairua tapu, me ngā neheropono, me te māngai ai. Kaupaka whakahare whakamoimiti mō ngā rā hāpati katoa o te tau. Opening prayer. E te māngai e ngā neheropono te toku turu tapu. Kia tātou mai anō koutou ki wainui ki tēnei whakamoemiti o mātou. E tātari ngā kuku katoa e whakakuāki nani mātou i roto koutou korōria tanga. Ko koutou nei hoki te tīmātanga me te whakaotinga mai o mātou. E tūmana ko atu nei i roto koutou korōria tanga ko te māngai. E tautoko mai, ai nei ake nei, ai. Tangu tāpai me te ripena tā. E te morihu e whakaai ana rā tātou ki te tāwhai atu o tātou he katoa. Ki o tātou ariki ke tāhuru atu ki te ahi ki pungarehu. Atu ne, ai, ka nohono tātou i rungu te ngā kau rīpenata. Kia whānau hau ai i roto te wairua ne, ai. E te māngai, e ngā nera pono, kua rungu i honei koutou te mātou reo, tāpai rīpenata. Nō reira tika ai ki o ho atu o mātou whakamoemiti, ki o koutou aro mō koutou manākitanga. E whiwhi nei mātou mai o ngā rā ki muri tai noa mai, ki tēnei rā. Ka inoi atu nei mātou, e whakangia mai, ko koutou arohangoa, ki runga, kia mātou, mō ngā wā katoa ko te māngai anō. E tautoko mai, ai e nei, ake nei, ai. Wai te whakamoemiti. E korori. E korori a hare, e ruia, kia ihoa o ngā mano, ki te kahui ari ki wairua, ko te māngai e tautoko mai, te arepa, te omeka, tautoko tia mai te rōpu nei, Piriwiri tua hamuera, ka puta ka ora e. O te matua tama, wairua tapu, me ngā nehera pono, me te māngai ai. Me te māngai.
Nere e tō mātou whānau kei te tukuratsu rāta mātou mihi ki tō tātou pāpā. Nā te kupu o Wiremu rātana, hei whakatuku atu rā ki rungi a tātou, hei aroha, hei manaki hia ki rungi a tātou. Nā anō hoki, hei manaki hia te kupu o Rāwiri. O Rāwiri tamanui ke tēnā no te mangatū, e rā mōmō tū āhuatanga ki te kupu atua, te ringatu. O reira tātou kia tātou e aku pāpā, i aku rangatira. Tēnei anō hoki tātou ko tae mai te haukainga, o mai tāwhiri te mana whenua, o rongo whakaata te iwi, whitiki a ki rā ki tō mātou hono ki ai tana mahaki, e rātu āhuatanga kei roti a tātou, hoki tōne mai ki tērā o ngā pito, kei Young Next Head, me ki tō tātou Māori ko te kuri a pāua, e rā mōmō āhuatanga ko ngai tāmanuhiri, ko te toko rua ke mātou o tūranganui a kiwa, whitiki a ki rā ki tō mātou honotanga, i whangara mai tāwhiti, e rā mōmō āhuatanga kei Paikia, heke tōne mai ki rote i tō mātou pāpā, a te hauiti. Mi hararawa atu rā koutou, ko tae mai ke koutou, ki rote i tō mātou whare, hei puta ki rā ki tō mātou tāiau, hoki atu rā ki tō mātou maunga tapua hukurangi, anei rā tātou o te Tairāwhiti. O reira koutou kia koutou, tēnā koutou, āta Māori e kia koutou.
Ara mai o pāua ki runga tōna waka i ahorau taka whakaru ki tuara nui o kana waka hara mai ki uka ki te rapa haumi. Mia tōna mimi rere ana motu, rere ana wai pāwa koko putu te a te putanga kiwa hoki a unu mai. Tōna kuri e pāki a maera, e ngā ngaru o te moana e takoto nei. Kauri te haerea, awa ki te Tairāwhiti.
Nō reira tātou ke whare, koutou kia koutou o ngā mahi runga raupa, kia tātou ringo te whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, i aku tātā, i aku pōka, tēnā tātou katoa.
Me tū tai tātou whaiona, koe te karaki e tūnā te tō mahi tau whātia tēnei tata, te haukainga, i o ai tāwhiri tēnā koutou, mātou, tō whenua, whakāpu hoki, hapu ngai me ka o te Tairāwhiti tēnā koutou. O wai au, tēnei ko ngā whakakena, kua, moana. Nari, ka noho au, o te whenua o rangatira, o rangi maunga, o Mātarika. And ka o mātanu ki Gisborne. Based in Tairāwhiti for 6 years, and organised quite a few events since over that time, but the latest along with some awesome colleagues and friends. So welcome everybody, thanks for coming. I hope you get your money's worth. Not get a refund. We've got an action-packed couple of days, and back-to-back program, and we sold out. And when I knew that because it was free, yeah, there's some people that showed up. I think there'll be people that come and go over those 2 days. I just see it. Just want to thank everybody that's contributed. It's some people come from near distance, some come nearby, and it's a time for remembering. This time last year was pretty full on for most of us in the room. Whether we lived here or not, I think around the country, we have friends and family who were hugely concerned about what's happening, had no way of contacting us. And we just remember those who lost their lives this period as well, both here and itself. And I guess what we were thinking, it seemed like a good idea at the time, and then we sort of picked a lot of stuff this week and regret it, but it seemed like a good idea at the time to try and bring together some of the learnings over the last 12 months, and that's what today and tomorrow is about. And also some other things this week. We had a little roadshow around the board, sharing some of the research findings that have come through a number of the projects that Weu Charitable Trust has initiated over the last 12 months. Right, really focused on climate change and land use, and what happened during the emergency, what happened subsequent to it, and what we might do differently going forward. And this is really an opportunity to share some of that, to get some feedback on mostly our sort of tentative findings, and so if there's things in there that you disagree with, we really want to hear. There's things that resonate, we want to hear about that as well. Hopefully there's plenty of time few things that we're hoping to get out of a couple of days, and we'll share a bit about that as we go, but this kind of building the capability around research in the region, the skills and infrastructure to learn amongst ourselves, to have good community-led research across the region is important, and how we pull that together and make that sustainable. Feels like we a lot of people that have come into the region and research the region, and often that knowledge has been taken away and forget about it, or no access and we can't access it. As we've gone around this week, it's been really good to hear from communities to say thank you for coming back after you interviewed us and providing us with transcripts or coming back and presenting your findings so that we can challenge and test and affirm what you're saying. I think that's the kind of stuff we can get when we're doing our own research, and we're accountable to our neighbours, to our whānau, the extended community. They are some of the shops or on the beach. We haven't done something right, so we're all learning, and this is just another step in that. Really appreciate there's a lot of learned people in the room, and those are the local experts as well as our visiting experts, and we look forward to hearing from everybody next. So I'll hand over to Renee or Stephanie to come up and is this mic working, or do I need to talk by? Yeah, turn it up a little bit.
So, findings is using the file. You've got these two doors here, two stairs on the deck, and you've got stairs down the side, then you've got stairs to the restaurant. So, I wasn't turn on any conditions that you go and leave with them, so we'll come to this and really get it. Any other event, we'll bring the car park. So, quite easy to just go out, into the car park, any other event. That's actually really good. Anything else I'll be doing like the stuff, so any questions on out of the strengths and ask me.
I'll probably just go ahead. Just for those that weren't here earlier, that website and that QR code is, you can sign up there and get an app and sort of see the speakers and program and questions and answers.
Hold it close. Okay. Morena koutou. Oh yeah, that's working. Morena, koronei rā roa tōku ingoa, ko te whānau taki moana, te hapu, ko Ngāti Porou, te iwi, ngō rangituki a ahau. My name's Renee and I live here in Tairāwhiti in Gisborne City, but come from a wee place called Rangitukia on the far east coast. Visit there if you don't know where that is already. I usually like to be a little bit off the cuff. Thank you, Manu, for opening us and speaking so well about the kaupapa today. But there's a few points that I just don't want to miss, so please forgive me for doing a little bit of reading off my phone here. I am one of the trustees of Te Weu Charitable Trust, who have brought you some of the community research you're about to hear over the next couple of days, alongside Harley Dibble, who you'll also hear from, I believe, in some of the sessions throughout the day. So our 4 purposes for Te Weu Charitable Trust. Why did we decide to set up this and establish this trust? Well, we established in 2022 under the 4 key purposes of education, so raising awareness about climate change impacts and options for mitigation and adaptation for our communities. Advocacy, monitoring and working with statutory agencies and organisations with responsibilities for supporting communities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. Community planning, we do a bit of that as well. So that's working with communities and individuals to implement regional, national policies and plans, and then feeding the data and intelligence back in to inform those regional and national policies and planning processes. And there's a bit of technical services also, so things like land assessment, planning support with risk assessments, adaptation, retreat and mitigation planning. So all things kind of climate and environment, land use is in the wheelhouse of Te Weu Charitable Trust. When we formed, it was probably December 2022, we didn't realise that in just a short few months we'd actually be experiencing Cyclone Gabrielle, and the kind of purposes that we established the trust for, would intensify, I guess. So since then, in that kind of past year, the projects that you're going to hear about over the next couple of days, under Manu's leadership and the leadership of many other partners and friends and supporters and whānau, Te Weu has led six climate resilience research projects over the past year, supported residents to initiate changes in land use policy and plans via mana Tairāwhiti, as well as our advocacy role. We've created some resources. These are used by community groups and schools and kura. So there's videos, posters, interactive dashboards and plans. And we've helped to hold some local conversations about climate change and land use, and have started to collate a range of opportunities. You might have seen them downstairs as you walked up in the front doors here, around our Indigenous bioeconomy and some of the ways that we can work with our Indigenous landscapes. We've also held a number of gatherings across Tairāwhiti, this being one. There was an event over the weekend as well. I'll talk a little bit about that this afternoon. This is a bit of a tohu of what came from that. But yeah, we've really been doing our best to work with our communities to create all of these outcomes. So perhaps most importantly, and something that's like really dear to my heart, is that we've supported the development of 18 Kairangahau community researchers over this year. And this is super close to my heart because for those community researchers, a lot of them would previously not have thought of themselves as researchers. I know my own sister, creative and all other awesome talents, but would never have thought of herself as getting into research or being a researcher. But through her involvement as a community researcher in Te Weu, now goes, yeah, I'm a researcher. Awesome. And that couldn't have been achieved without all of the tautoko and massive support by our research advisors, research supervisors, project advisors, project managers, and regional research coordinators. But yeah, having come to understand themselves as researchers and able to connect deeply with our communities, the type of research that gets produced and that comes from those community interactions is unlike any other that can be done when you're not part of that community. And so the research that we're talking about is no longer something that's done, kind of like Manu said before, no longer that's something that's done to us, but with us and by us. Yeah, so big thanks, big mihi to all of our te weu, kai mahi their whānau for giving their time, and the communities that we've worked with as well, every single one of you. who has contributed to these learnings. And a special thanks to Manu for leading the charge, always pushing out to the edges of possibility and lining up numerous projects, sometimes more than we think we can handle, but we managed to pull it off somehow. The numerous partnerships, supporters and partners, organisations and individuals sharing their massive expertise. And I'm going to leave you now in the hands of one of those, someone who's been such an advocate for our researchers and our community throughout the last year, making sure that the research that's gathered is actually owned by our community as well, which is massive. Our very own Gizzy local Te Weu academic supervisor with Waikato University, Professor Holly Thorpe.
Kia ora Renee. Tēnā koutou katoa e te puaki au ki Taronga Nui a Kiwa, kei te mihi au ki ngā iwi o konei. Kua mahi au ki te whare wānanga o Waikato, mō ngā tau te kaumārima, kei te mihi au ki te iwi o kona. Ko Jeff, rawa ko Chris, oku matua, ko Jose Borrero, toku manua, ko Carlos, rawa ko Bella, aku tamariki, ko Holly Thorpe, toku ingoa. Morena, everybody. It's really lovely to look around and see familiar faces and new ones as well. So welcome to those who have come here from afar. I just want to thank family and friends in the room who have come to support us, or those who have come to support our emerging community researchers here who, I know there are some big feelings, some feelings of nervousness. To present back to your community can be a bit of a scary thing. So thank you to the whānau and friends who are here today to support them. What was that? Oh yeah, sure. Thank you. So yeah, I am a sociologist. I'm a professor at the University of Waikato in Te Huataki Waiora, which is the School of Health. And often people wonder what sociologists do. We study people, right from the individual to the groups to communities right up to society level. And I'm particularly focused on health and well-being. And it was 2 years ago that I was lucky enough to come back to Tairāwhiti, where I grew up. I was on a Royal Society grant focused on well-being during the pandemic. And it was about 6 months ago that I was up the coast sitting at Manu and Tasha's whare with a team from Te Pūnaha Matatine, which you'll hear more about soon. And we were having a beautiful curry in the sun, and Manu told me about a project that was starting up. And you'll hear more about that today, which is about the impacts of Cyclone Gabrielle and repeated extreme weather events on community health and well-being. And it's been a wild ride since then, and I'll say it's been some of the most challenging but most meaningful work that I've ever done. And you're going to hear about that today and over the next couple of days. But I've been really privileged in my life thus far to work at universities around the world, to work with amazing masters and PhD students and academics. But being here for the last 2 years and working with our local team and seeing the incredible community research that is happening here, it is world class. I think there are some beautiful seeds that have been growing here with our community researchers, and I'm really excited to see things that are going on. I've seen incredible, through this research, what's happening in various organisations and groups in our communities that have come, they were there before, but through very difficult and trying times, we've seen some incredible compassion and aroha, and I think we're seeing that coming through in the research as well. So I just want to say thank you for joining us today. It is an action-packed program. Thank you to Manu and Renee for creating this, and I'm honoured to be here with our research team. So I'll pass it back to you, Manu.
Just a few acknowledgements Te Pūnaha Matatini have contributed to today, as well as Trust Tairāwhiti. But this guy, John Walsh, who many of us will know, local artist who grew up and lived here most of his life. Is super generous. He sold a piece of work worth a lot of money and donated that to the cause, I guess. And not only did he donate, but the gallery that sold it matched his the sale price of the piece, and then the buyer of the piece matched that as well. So we were really lucky, and so it's been really cool. And he's just donated another piece of art to us, which is amazing. So just wanted to acknowledge John. His heart's really here, particularly in Nuawa. And very passionate about the issues that we're also passionate about. So thank you very much to John. And it was no strings attached. He was just like, have some funds and do what you do with it. So it's awesome. The program's been fairly flexible. There's somebody who was supposed to be on shortly who doesn't land until after his session was planned for, so he's now on this afternoon. So I hope you didn't come to hear him at this stage. And as I say, the app's there. You can hopefully interact a little bit, but there will be time for questions and answers at the end of each session, and we might just hold questions for that, unless you're really angry about something and can't contain yourself, then you can jump up. And there's morning tea will be through there, and lunch and things. We're hoping not to go too late, sort of finish up around 4 probably. Without further ado, Tim Barry sent me an awesome profile, which I don't have handy, but it is on the app, so you can read all about him there. But he's the new Dave Wilson, and Lifeline's Director for Gisborne District Council, brand new to the job, so you can't blame him for anything that happened during or after the cyclone. He's only been in there a couple of months, but now has responsibility for all of that, so you know who to talk to when you're unhappy about something, and we'll share his email. Welcome. Tim's going to give an overview of a whole lot of stuff from GDC's perspective about what happened and what's happening now, so welcome, Tim.
Kia ora manu. Kia ora koutou. Ko Ngāpui te rawara taku iwi. Engari I whānau mai au ki Heritonga. Waikara moana. He wahi nā kātua ana ki a hau. I mahi a hau pua noa I te au. Poho kereru a hau ki ha mahi nā mahi mō tamaki makaurau. Sorry. Tairāwhiti. No reira ko Tim Barry toku ingoa. That brief slip of the tongue there was actually totally incidental. I've been here 3 months, and I was in Tamaki Makaurau previously. So I'm new. One disclaimer there, I was not here when these events occurred a year ago. My role in the council means I look after roads. Apologies. I look after water, wastewater, stormwater, and river management. So all the easy things. And I've taken the role of Dave Wilson previously did. You will know Dave. Today, I wanted to talk about a few things. One is how we are less resilient. What we've learned is we're less resilient than we thought we were. If we take ourselves back just over a year, we thought we were more ready than we actually found out we are. I want to also provide a lay of the land of what awaited us and response teams this time last year, and acknowledge also that infrastructure or lack of it adds to distress, and talk a little bit about how that distress manifests itself in communities. And finally, I want to run through some really great examples of our team and the community and contractors of the area, how we worked together over last year. Further to my disclaimer of not being here, I was involved in the East Coast. At that stage, when this happened, we'd already had the anniversary day floods in Auckland, but I volunteered to come and help out here to Tonga, so I helped out Napier City, so I think I bring some of the knowledge of the pain and the challenges, but not having that direct experience in Tairāwhiti at the time. So that's my disclaimer. Okay, so when Cyclone Gabrielle hit the East Coast, lives were lost. It displaced and isolated thousands of people, caused landslides, ripped through homes, ruined productive land, swept away bridges and closed roads, damaging infrastructure, the economy and the community of our regions. These impacts are still being felt today and highlight our vulnerability in our communities and the infrastructure that serves them. And that big lesson is that we have learnt that we are less resilient than we thought. There are consequential decisions that we will need to make as a nation, and we're really just starting to get to grips with some of this. We've only just started. Our traditional business model has relied, in infrastructure terms, on patching up discrete failures. Last year's events were unique insofar as they chopped off regions. Firstly, Northland, and secondly, all the East Coast. And if you want to post a child for being cut off, it's Tairāwhiti. And that was a game changer. Previously, you'd lose a gorge or you'd lose something else, but this was an entire region. So that's something that we really have to lean into and recognise as being a climate change driven challenge for us. So in short, climate change is just doing us a bit of a favour and showing us how exposed we were. When this event happened, it wasn't just Gabrielle. We had 9 rainfall events last year. I mean, so many, in fact, we lost interest in naming them. The first one was, we had an R&V storm, that got a name. We had Cyclone Hale, followed by Gabrielle, then son of Gabrielle. Then we started running out of interest, and they just got called June, July, September. So it just carried on, and even leading into Gabrielle, we'd had 5 events going back to June 21, and we're already in a modest but important state of emergency when that happened. So it's important to point out that it's not all just about Gabrielle. We're continually at risk from even minor events at the moment can have big impacts on us. A slide I thought was interesting I came across last year was, and it heightened something thinking about an infrastructure and resilience is, can we really afford not to be ready? This is from the Insurance Council, and it illustrates the insurance bill of 2023. Now, this is not Tairāwhiti, it's aggregated for the country, but what it shows that the extreme weather events last year, and bear in mind this is the calendar year and it only measures up till October, was greater than the rest of the century combined. So if you're homeowner, if you're part of the community, everyone here is, this could end up being consequential for us. But the question I'm asking from this, can we afford to not be resilient because of the impacts of things happening? Another stat I thought was interesting is that the metrics of the cost that hit Tamaki Makaurau and Tairāwhiti are around about the same in the billions, and the big numbers. But for the balance sheet of Auckland, that was maybe 15%, 20% of an annual, which for them means that's a bad year. You know, Auckland has a bad year. Okay, we'll pick ourselves up, and next year everything's sort of getting back to normal. Our bill might be as much as 20 times our annual infrastructure spend or something like that. So unless we address that head on, you know, welcome to a difficult generation, because 20 years is a big chunk of time. So the ability to respond to these challenges are helped and somewhat by scale, and just having that resilience at the outset, so you avoid the scale initially. I really like this visual here. On the left, it illustrates the unstable land post-Gabrielle, and the pink colour there, I hope you can see, represents active slips in the area, and illustrate how challenging our geology is. We've got 70% classified as steep hill country, and subject to movement. And our geology is very susceptible to soft rock soil erosion. People are often comparing driving on our roads and why they collapse. Well, they just deteriorate over time. We don't have the luxury of a Sweden or Germany and have basalt to build our roads on. They're built on soft rock and need to be maintained. But the list of failures on day one, I'll just run through the rap sheet. So 80% of roading network lost. That means loss of connectivity locally, so in our region, but also loss of connectivity nationally. We had river levels higher than Cyclone Bowler in '88. Something like 1.2 million metre cubed of woody debris, and littering all our beaches, including here. 8 bridges were lost completely, with 66 damaged, seriously damaged, and the loss of a main water supply to Gisborne. So amongst the areas I'm responsible for is flooding, and how flooding due to climate change is one of our most significant long-term issues that we need to maintain. Our system performed comparatively well last year. That might be a controversial statement, but when considered against our neighbours, it did. We also need to compete with sea level rise, coastal erosion, and keeping our communities safe, and the balance between communities and commerce and crops and industry. So a quick summary of what happened in our water sphere. Woody debris and high flood levels ripped through our most critical assets. So we had 9 major breaks in our pipeline in Wainaki. That's a 40-kilometre pipeline from Gisborne to our reservoirs. And not only did the pipeline get washed away, but so did the road to access it. So with all the fords being washed out, it was really difficult for the teams. Not only that, the source water in our reservoirs was heavily silted, and until recent weeks has been so as well. So it's taken that long to get down. The silt is so fine that it's really easy to keep animated within the water. And our emergency plant at Waipoua, which saved Gisborne really, struggled in those initial days with silt build up as well. I thought I'd run through our bridges. So in the region we have 422 bridges. Over 66 were compromised by Gabrielle, and we've categorised them by colours. So green means good to go, orange, some damage but readily repaired, red, badly damaged but recoverable, and black are gone burgers, and that's what you're looking at here. The bridges shown on the screen here were totally wiped out. I'm about to share the after shot. This does not include state highway bridges like Hikawai, which I showed on the earlier shot. So these are the bridges that are identical ones that were just shown earlier, now gone. And that's an interesting segue into how important connectivity and infrastructure is for communities. Bridges are way more than just concrete and steel for the people they serve. And when you get infrastructure deficit, it impacts you and causes a lot of distress in communities. And we felt this also in Hawke's Bay when I was there. Infrastructure also includes communications. It includes water, wastewater. But I think something that really displays it is families and businesses that rely on this conduit actually totally losing that. So I just want to talk a little bit about recovery distress. And what we learned in Hawke's Bay is it's a normal response in disasters, and distress is more common and often confused with mental health in disasters. And the really important thing for all of us in the discussion is stress is a real barrier for recovery. It really holds up the process and the outcomes. So it can be really damaging, and losing these bridges are a real cause of distress. Also in Hawke's Bay, but I believe it applies here, is psychosocial impacts of emergencies extend beyond the event. And Sir Peter Gluckman, following Christchurch, following Kaikoura, put and through Te Whatuora, put together a sort of a reference pack to help clumsy people in infrastructure like myself try and navigate these waters, which are difficult. Right? We just want to solve stuff, but some of this is really difficult. And they did a helpful thing by putting these into phases. These phases are not linear, but and they can vary in duration. So psychosocial recovery is about adapting to a changing reality, and can span periods ranging from weeks to decades. So, and they talk through phases. So the heroic phase, immediate response without counting costs. So that's when your blood's high and you're getting in there. Honeymoon phase is when optimism as help arrives. Disillusionment is frustration over prolonged periods, leading from weeks to years. We're now a year. And the final phase has been adaptation, so when long-term processes adapt to a changed reality, and often you don't have a clear endpoint. I can speak directly about the disillusionment phase, and this is true not only to affected communities, but often to recovery people as well. But I can speak about it with respect to Napier City's response, and basically all the wheels fell off at sort of week 5 because everyone was at the end of their ability, and they were and this was for a response team, and it created all sorts of divisions within groups, and then them and us versus recovery teams versus business as usual groups. So it manifests itself in different ways. Within communities, there's a longer gestation period, and different communities responded differently. Ones that have broader capability to respond in different areas had embedded professional people such as lawyers, accountants within their communities way more, I'm speaking of Hawke's Bay here, we're way more adept at getting to that next stage of the process, where some of the communities that were less well served suffered more, and that those are my income, a couple of learnings I got from that phase. Okay, now off that I want to move on to some of our response. Our teams worked amazingly to get our water pipeline back online. So we got this back online in 6 weeks, which I've worked around the world, a number of countries, never seen work done this quickly. It had suffered 9 failures and the upper areas were unreachable. So there's a Black Hawk helicopter shipping in supplies needed to complete this work in a 6-week period. This was a tremendous feat of collaboration and coordination with local people, local capability used to complete this job. Here's a response to the Hollywood Bridge. It's a Bailey Bridge. It's opened in October. And the Bailey Bridge it's still a temporary bridge, but it should do a few decades if needed. But getting that up and running is represented an awful lot of work by our teams. Flood protection. So our existing flood protection schemes were put in place by the catchment board at the time 50 years ago, or over 50 years ago. And more recently, our Waipoua flood control scheme was, the aim of that is to widen and increase the height of around nearly 70 kilometres stop banks to a 100-year return. Well, but basically that's preparing us for events up to 2090. It gets very technical, but the Eastern Waipoua stop bank is now complete. We made excellent progress because of the great constructible weather we've had this summer, and another day out there today. And we've already started on the western side of Waipoua. We've also got a look at following that. We're going to concentrate on Tokomaru, Wai, and Mangahoinu rivers and Uawa. So they're all in line. A couple of weeks ago too, we managed to open the new upgraded Wainaki water treatment plant. So within a year, that can now handle high silt content coming in. So our reservoirs are still exposed to rain and getting high sediment amounts in them. This new lamella clarifier system that we've retrofitted in the tanks will pull out that silt effectively, so giving us extra resilience up there. We've also added a ultraviolet facility on the final water to meet modern taumata arawai water standards that have been rolled out around the country. The final slide I want to share is Waipoua water treatment plant, and it has an interesting history. It was built following Cyclone Bowler, so probably finished about 90, 91. But it waited 30 years until we really, really needed it, which was last year. Previously, we'd used it to just help with summer peaks. But this last year, it was really, really needed. And we've just switched it to standby. It's a plant that pulls water out of the Waipoua River. We need to, where the Wainaki water treatment plant pushes water by gravity all the way into town, does it really cost effectively. This one we've got to mechanically add pressure to the water. A lot more chemicals and things needed to treat the water. So our preference is not to run it, but it's ready in waiting if we need it. So it's now on standby. So just summaring up what I spoke today about is that we're less resilient than we thought to, and we thought we were, and we need to find new answers. Disruption is here to stay. Climate change is telling us that, sending us that message. Lack of infrastructure heightens distress for communities and impacts outcomes that we are aiming to work together with. And finally, we can prove we can get through anything and pull together. But from a standing point, it's not even with us and the rest of the country. So we need to fight together and lobby for whatever we can get to help balance things out. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Any questions for Tim? Some hard ones?
Yep. The question was the Wainaki water treatment plant, so our 40-kilometre plant, the upper reaches of that reach from the water treatment plant to our dams, and the question was related to what are we doing, because if the same event happens, I agree with you, the same event or one similar will happen. We've had a failure of the pipeline since the event. A landslip. We were able to fix that very swiftly. In short, what's being done is we're working on a resilience program where we're ready to repair. In the immediate term, working on a resilience program, we're ready to repair that pipe by strategically putting spares, etc., up in the catchment closer to the event. The challenge we have with duplicating that pipe, which I think the question you want is, if there's a dangerous route for the pipe, where's the safe route? It's not actually a safe route. So what we might be trying to do is look at ways to duplicate in sections. It's also a massive investment. So it might be in the region of $100 million to duplicate that pipeline. That's not readily affordable in any measure by our present setup for water. So it is a question we ask ourselves as well, and I thank you today for asking it. Our response is we're ready for an event to happen again. And the other thing is the backup plant, the Waipoa, we maintain that so it's available. So the answer is we are exposed, we are vulnerable, you're correct. There's no easy way out of that. Yvette. Yeah, stormwater is a good question, and it might be topical. It might depend on where the area you're looking at. Any rain event at the tail end of last year did not benefit from runoff. So basically the whole of Tairāwhiti was a big tennis court, right? So anything that hit the ground came off. So it behaved quite a bit differently, and a lot of people's recollection is that it's flooding here, and it never did. We'd never have the ground levels, not in recent history, so high. So part of it is that, Yvette. Also, treatment for us in storm events and of the scale that happened last year doesn't actually happen underground, it happens overground. The storm events were so large last year that there isn't really engineering or infrastructure that takes it all underground. You end up relying on overland flow paths, which is a treatment that takes away some of the utility, whether it's a road or whether it's, and in some cases, cropland, which sits on floodplain. So that'd be the short answer. But there is no sizable budget to replace the storm water in the urban areas. Yeah. So,
cost greater than in the previous century. So ask the question then how close it would be to not being able to get insurance in the future, and B, I guess, are you talking to the insurance company?
So the question was related to insurance, so that, and I'll just clarify, that was this century, so the 23 years leading up to 2023 combined was less than the insurance claim from last year. The Insurance Council, my understanding, is their own beast, and anyone's insurance is only ever good for a year. So they, in answer to that question, we're always at the whim of that. Those discussions are not happening directly from me. Sorry.
Vulnerability in terms of our infrastructure or neglect, because a lot of the coastal areas were alerting the council over issues to do with bridges. A lot of the northern ends were alerting the council in terms of roads that have disappeared now, and Cyclone Gabriel has highlighted those issues. And the environment itself, when we're talking climate change, is taking an impact, and we've seen it in the repair of one of our rivers in the northern end is now no longer a river, it's riverbed rock, because of how they repaired the bridge, the Awatere Bridge. You've now got water diverting on one side, which means land will be taken away. There is no riparian margins. All the native or even flora species are absent in your riparian margins, where a lot of the water is taken away the land, roads.
Okay, I think the question was, are we prepared, what have we been doing to prepare our infrastructure? I guess it... Yep. I wouldn't classify neglect. I would say what I would say is, I think there's general recognition there's been long-term underinvestment in our infrastructure which contribute to events happening. Nothing would have saved the bridges that were lost. Last question.
In the treatment plant, are there any environmental things you're doing around where the treatment plant gets its water to reduce erosion, such as replanting the riparian margins, or looking at, like, we've got a whole bunch of researchers and whatnot in the area right now at the Geomorphology Conference. Are you speaking to them about some of the potential solutions going forward?
Yes, certainly are. The area is transitioning to native planting sequentially, so right up to the reservoirs now, which was previously surrounded by pine, has now been replanted. Natives is actually doing really well, and that's a program that we're working through. All other neighbouring lands adjacent. We're also following the same practice. That'll take maybe decades because of the way things take. Nothing, however, is going to change our geology challenges, unfortunately, and we don't have the 10 million years to wait for soft rock to turn hard.
Thank you, Tim. Tim has to take off, so he won't be around at morning tea, but yeah, if you do want his email, come and see me or phone council and have a chat. Just two on the point of the bridge damage. I was going to say it's anecdotal, but my understanding is that particularly in places like the Uawa catchment, the water levels there were lower than they were at Bowler, running down the Hikuwai River and so forth, but there was just a lot more material in them that ended up taking out the bridges. We didn't have the pine harvesting at Bowler that we did for Gabrielle. So it's just some of those factors in the mix as well. Very good. Okay, next up we have Mike O'Sullivan and Zainab Rizvi from Auckland University. Engineering. Mike's an associate professor in the Engineering Science and Biomedical Engineering Department, and he's also Deputy Director of Aotearoa New Zealand Centre of Research Excellence in Complex Systems, Te Pūnaha Matatini, and he likes using modelling and technology such as AI and VR to help communities assess science and engineering to support them to be heard when solving complex issues. And Zainab is a PhD student with Mike, specialising in energy systems, digital transformation, distributed energy, and her interests are in information systems and just transition, just digital transformation and energy systems. And both have been working in the region with having conversations with a number of groups over the last 12 months. So we thought it would be nice to invite them along to hear a bit more about how they can help us. Just for speakers, you just need to hold this really close to your mouth, unfortunately.
Kia ora manu. No ara ni me haina okutupuna, ko Sullivan toku whānau, ko tātou te aratu tokapoli e naho ana o ki nā whenua me nā wai tapu o te karo amaki. Tina kamihi, tina koutou, ka makaho. So I'm Mike Sullivan, as Manu said, Associate Professor at the University of Auckland. I'm originally from Ireland and China, and I live in Te Aratu where Te Karo is the mana whenua, and so I just want to acknowledge them. And I'm just going to pause and pass on to Zainab to introduce herself before I keep going.
Kia ora. Mic is kind of weird. So my name is Zainab Rizvi. Right now I'm living in Auckland. I come from Pakistan. I come from a civilization and also a river-based nation, and we're an agricultural society. And last year when I came here, I was just starting out my PhD, and coming here changed its direction from energy planning to capacity planning to resilience. So we'll talk about it further, but I'm hoping that my research can be of some help to you guys.
So as you can see on the slide, I do lots of stuff. It's mostly modelling, AI, trying to understand systems, trying to help make better decisions in systems, and what I'm going to talk about today is about how we can use that to help communities get a voice, really, with the science, which sometimes is really inaccessible. However, I've got about half as long as I thought I have, so I'm going to smash through some stuff and skip some slides. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about what Te Puna Matatini is, and then I'm going to introduce Rasta, which is how I met Manu and Renee and Holly. A little bit about some digital twin stuff, then I'll pass to Zainab about energy transmissions, and we probably won't have enough time for digital ecosystems, but I might try and sneak that in anyway. So Te Puna Matatini, our slogan is complexity is at our heart, and it is a New Zealand Centre of Research Excellence working on complex systems, which I think you'll probably all agree, Tairāwhiti has certainly been a very complex system over the last little while, and we hope we can do some stuff to help. Skip that one. So we're hosted at the University of Auckland. We're one of 4 cores there. There's 6 other cores, so there's 10 throughout the country. Where they're complex systems people, there's all kinds of people doing other things. We've got over 100 investigators throughout the motu, doing all sorts of things. As you heard, Holly does sociology, I do maths, we have ecologists, we have people in maths education, all kinds of different things. And I think the key part, I'll skip past all these are various people involved. We partner with lots of different organisations, so we really bring research excellence kind of across the spectrum of all kinds of areas. And we're really interested in not just doing our own research, but really transdisciplinary stuff, which is bringing lots of researchers together to explore all the different, holistically how systems work, how communities work, how nature and climate change affect communities. We're also big in bringing up younger people, so we have lots of early career researchers in whānau. As Holly said, I've been working in my own community in Te Tairāwhiti in this area, and I've found that incredibly enriching, and I think the idea of bringing through our rangatahi with a good understanding of how they can use science and technology to help improve their communities is a key reason why I'm even here. Some of them, this is just a quick snapshot of all the sort of research, these are our core research projects at the moment, and I just put this up to show you we do lots of things. I'm going to skip that one. One of the things that we also do is we don't do research just for the sake of doing research. We do research because we want to have impact, because we want to help communities. And a big part of that is communicating. So you might recognise that the pink-haired woman particularly over to your right, Susie Wiles. So she's one of our investigators, and I think her communication about science, I think, was really key in various points of time. And then we have Rebecca Priestley also. So we've been winning communication prizes. Diane Sikapau Tonu, I think is her last name, just won New Zealand Science Communicator of the Year, and she's one of our investigators too. So not only do we care about science and helping communities, we also want to communicate it well so that people have a voice also back into that science, I think. We do interesting things. So Maths Craft is showing the complexity of maths and crafting, and that's now Maths Crafts in a box. So lots of schools throughout the motu have bought Maths Crafts in a box to teach their kids about maths through doing interesting crafting projects. We do things from a values-based perspective. So again, it's not about doing science for the sake of science. It's about we want to do the right thing. We want to do it in the right way. We want to do it ethically. So a lot of data sovereignty is a key part of what we're doing. Giving back to the communities we're working with, so partnering, and that's why working with Manu and Holly and Renee has been really great, because it feels like a partnership. It's not doing stuff to people, which I think Manu said. And that's really that manaakitanga of care. And I think these are things that are really important for TPM. Yep, I'll skip that. And so one of the key ideas of TPM is the idea of the shag, which when they fly, they all start off as taking off and all a bit mixed up, and then they form the flying wedge, and then someone takes the front of the wedge and breaks the wind for everyone else behind it, and they swap and take turns. So I think TPM is about working together to do things better, but also taking turns at sort of leading that and taking the burden. Okay, so that's about TPM. So I'm going to talk now about what we're doing here, which is Rasta, and that's not my name. So that one, you can blame Atawhai Tibble for that. So he's on the advisory board for TPM. When I heard about what was happening here on the East Coast, I texted him and just said, hey Atawhai, I hope your whānau up there are okay. And he rang me about 10 minutes later and said, Mike, we've got to go do something. Put me in touch with Manu. I also reached out to Auckland University and found these other people and you can see the green links mean that a lot of them were already working with communities here in Tairāwhiti, and then we got connected into Renee, Manu, Holly, and then Holly joined us. I think I was flying down in August, and someone said, oh, Holly's one of the investigators, and she's down there, and she joined us, and I think that's gone absolutely amazing from there. We have Celine, who runs flood modelling for all of New Zealand, and Elodie, who's actually an economist, and we want to start looking at not only the physical effects of flooding, but the economic effects, and if we change land use, what would that mean for the economy? So those sort of complicated questions. We had a visit down to Makarika and Uawa and Gisborne District Council in August, and that was I really enjoyed the trip, but it was also sad. It was sad for me to see what had happened, and driving up the coast and seeing the devastation and feeling the anxiety around rainfall was pretty moving actually, and just maybe more motivated me more to try and help here. In the Anniversary Day floods in Auckland that flooded out Massey Pony Club, which is where my daughters ride. Lucky no one was hurt, no horses were injured, but every time it rains, I'm always checking to see, you know, what's the levels like there. So I sort of have a small little piece of probably what some of you are feeling. Mano and I are doing the horizon scan. Mano, I haven't told you this, we've got to do a report for that. And then obviously Holly and others have picked up their session, their research you'll hear about later. Anna and Renee have been doing the Creative Research Project, which you'll also hear about later. And then what I'm working on, and which Zainab was part of, is really the idea of empowering community with digital ecosystems, which I'll explain a little bit later on. So when we first came down, we started looking at digital twin of flooding. Apologies for the bad resolution here. I grabbed this off an app. So this was actually the Land Information New Zealand app, and that's a river up the coast a wee bit, and I just wanted to see if we could build a model that quickly. Turns out using the land information data set, we can go from this flat model to this 3D model here, which is in it's actually gaming software called Unity, and then we can make it rain. So this is rainfall coming down in the hills here, and then this is a close-up of just seeing what happens as the river fills up and the flood happens. And this is all very proof of concept, so it doesn't look quite realistic yet, but that's the goal, to make it get more realistic as we go. And so then what that means is we can calibrate our models so it looks like what happened in actuality, and without wanting to re-traumatize anyone, hopefully we can get you the lived experience of people of what this looked like and get a good model of what happened. And then, and this is going to look really rough, but I was just playing with it, you can do things. So here I just went and, did anyone else used to dam rivers as a kid? I used to dam them all the time at the beach and at our friends who lived there at our lifestyle block, and we would just go and dam the creek with clay and then push the dam and watch So I just dammed the creek here. So I just went into the VR model and put lumps of earth there, and you can see sort of stopped it. So it doesn't really do anything useful, but that's kind of the idea, is you can start now playing around in this virtual world of things that you can do. So I was really interested to hear Tim talk about the stop banks and see if we could put that into the model and then see what the effect of those new stop banks would be. Rain can be heavier or lighter, yeah, so we can, and the amount of water coming into the river from the boundary conditions, so we can change everything around to try and match up. So one of the things we're actually trying to do next at a project this year is try and calibrate it off video, so you can kind of put a camera anywhere you want in that environment and take a photo, so we can look at photos from various people. So if you want to send all your footage to Manu and he can pass it on to me. Sorry, Manu. Yeah, so we're going to try and calibrate from those sort of things. So I'm going to pause and let Zainab take over. I'm not sure how we're doing for time. Sorry, Zainab.
So my research is about, first off, we want to evaluate the effect of microgrids or microinfrastructure on the New Zealand energy infrastructure system. So I think I should first explain what microgrids and microinfrastructures are. So microinfrastructure is when you have a small independent system which can provide at least power, water, and waste management. So this is microinfrastructure. So part of it is microgrid, which deals with your power. So you become sort of independent of for your power needs. Okay. So how do you do that? I'll go further into that later on. And then why do we do that? So that we can make New Zealand's energy system more resilient and have more capacity. And then and in the meanwhile, this is happening already. We have to build more infrastructure to increase the capacity of the New Zealand infrastructure. So, but what we want to do is make sure that this is done in a just way, that there are no people who are left behind and others who can move forward. So this is just transitions. And lastly, why? Because we want to enable communities to be resilient and have digital transformation tools to manage their needs. So this is the why of my research. And what is happening in New Zealand is that we have a two-faced problem. The first is the resilience issue, which you guys are facing here in Tairāwhiti. You're the poster child for this, as Tim said. That now the questions of resilience, the need, the budget for resilience has completely changed from where it was a year ago, 2 years ago, a century ago. So that's one side of the problem. The other side is the capacity problem. Because New Zealand is going towards electrification of their transport, because they want to transition to renewable energy, we need more electricity. So how are we going to do those two things while making sure that everyone gets a piece of this pie? That's the question. And so how are we going to solve this problem? My suggestion is we use microgrids. And so basically, I want to skip this because I'm sure most people know about the New Zealand infrastructure, how energy is, how power is produced and distributed along in New Zealand. And so I want to discuss what is a microgrid. So a microgrid is basically, if you have a renewable source of energy, it could be wind, it could be solar, either or, and then you have a way to control your demand and your supply, to navigate it, to regulate it. And how do you use that? You have a controller here, which helps you regulate it. So you have, when do you charge your electric vehicle if you have an electric vehicle? When do you, when do you use your heat pumps? When do you use your heating, your water pumps, etc. So this is what we can do, and what we need for that is either we can connect with the grid or we can be independent. And then also we can use the forecasting tools that are available to just predict when we're going to have how much energy and use it wisely. One of the things that you could do is if there's batteries involved, what can happen is if you're expecting power outages, you can start storing energy in your batteries to survive events. This is the solution. So this is what we're trying to work on. How does it work for New Zealand? What kind of renewable energy sources are available in a region? How will it affect the whole grid once one body starts producing its own energy? That's the question we're trying to solve in this first year. And is microgrid a unknown entity? No, it's very well known. It's been adopted in the US and Japan. In the US, it's for capacity building. And in Japan, because they also have the problem of constant major events happening, so they use microgrids for resilience. It's the same case we're seeing usage in India, in Australia, in Pakistan. So this is coming up. And yeah, so up till now, what I've been able to do is, this is how New Zealand's energy is distributed between the North Island and the South Island. And I have been able to model it similarly with Tairāwhiti separately. If you can see that small red dot over there. So Tairāwhiti separately, and I've been trying to make it as close as possible to the original so that we can now start playing around with what happens if we have this much amount, if Tairāwhiti itself can produce this much amount of energy, what happens then? How will the whole grid respond to this kind of production? And this is the roadmap, I think. So basically right now I'm at level 0, JADE simulations. So this is AI simulations. Then the next is we're going to plot this on maps. And the next Next is that we're going to do a sensitivity analysis. How does this respond? Then we're going to go into the total cost of ownership for microgrids versus the next step is versus the cost of resilience capacity building. And then we can suggest a solution that, okay, this is how much it's going to cost you to build a resilient system. What if you make a different system, a decentralized system, and how much does that cost?
Thanks, Zainab. We're not quite finished. Well, I'm not finished. She's finished. You can sit down if you need to. So I think I've got 1 minute before afternoon tea, so then there's only 2 more slides, so it should be fine. So one of the key ideas that has come out of this community-based work and also my general work in digital twins and artificial intelligence and all these fancy words we like to use is, as I said before, we want to use this so communities have a voice, so communities can engage with the science in a way that you don't have to be able to read a blueprint, you don't have to be able to do plots, you can actually engage with it. And that was what the virtual reality side is about. And so that gets this idea of digital ecosystems. We have a community that gets involved in capturing data, that is given meaning with various different contexts. So whether it's a 3D CAD model of your building, whether it's GIS showing where everything happens and other things, that all gets pulled together, so now you have one model of the whole community with lots of different aspects. So you can have roading, you can have land use, you can have biodiversity even. You add some artificial intelligence into it, and that means that you can play with stuff and see what happens, and then you feed it back to the community in a way that they can actually access it. So with virtual reality, the idea of serious games, storytelling around data. So I don't want anyone to feel like they're excluded from this whole process, so we need to make sure we communicate it really well. And an example of how this might be able to happen in Tairāwhiti, I can send you that picture later. Very happy I've got lots of propaganda about this, so I can very easily share. So I was just thinking how this might work, and in our conversations, I forget if it was with Makarika or Uawa, someone asked me, well, what we really want to know is when it rains up in the watershed, when do we have to worry about evacuating? And so I think that's something that with digital ecosystems is potentially we could do that. We could get our citizen scientists, and I told someone, citizen scientists to me is citizen scientists, but also our school students, because they can be citizen scientists. Maybe put some sensors up in the hills where they won't get washed away because the volume's not too big yet. Have a model that says, how does the rainfall up here match with what happens later? So you have that 3D train I showed with the liquid special effects, and then add a little bit of AI about when the rainfall looks like this, what might happen next, and also then when it's this level up in the watershed, what's going to happen once it hits down into the rivers. Put it back into either a serious game where you get to play with putting stop banks around to control the flooding, or you do some figure out evacuation routes, and so there's been quite a lot of serious work game around evacuating buildings from earthquakes. Or virtual reality, augmented reality, where you, again, you can look at what's happening, you can look at what should we do, you can identify places which are at risk over lots of different scenarios, or maybe these ideas, I'm not sure if this is even a word, I just made it up. These ideas of havens of safety. So what's the places which are going to be safe under all sorts of different scenarios? And then bring that back to the community so the community can be involved in the decision making, the problem solving, and that for me is really the point. This is definitely the last slide. So we said this last August. We're not here to get in the way. If you don't need us, we will go do other things, that's fine. If you need us, we just have a lot of skills, a lot of really good people, and because of our values-based tradition within Te Puna Matatini, we'd like to be able to help. And that's me. Kia ora.
Might have time for one quick, short question. We can all smell morning tea and would like to move through. Okay, we'll break there. You can bail these guys up at morning tea. And that's just through the doors at the back there. We've got an awesome next session that'll run through to lunchtime with the health impacts team. That's quite powerful, so hang around for that. Thanks, everybody. Someone will whakapai the kai when we get down there. You've only got 12 minutes, so don't muck around if you're hungry. As I say, we thought it sounded like a good idea at the time, but turns out that our research team have been deep in coding and analysis of their interviews, and we haven't been able to dedicate the time to organising this event. So hence, thank you for your generosity with a few little bits and pieces, technical things as we go through. Just a reminder for those that might have arrived a bit late, the QR code there in the website is a little event app with the speakers' profiles and opportunity to ask questions or progress some conversation if you want to participate that way. We'll try and finish all of the talking up the front by midday so that there's a good 10-15 minutes for discussion, because I think there'll be quite a few issues that come out of this session to talk about. This project, everyone's going to talk about the purpose of it and things, and we, as Te Weu Charitable Trust, got approached by George with about 2 days' notice for putting in an RFP, because the Ministry of Health only gave like 2 weeks' notice to get one in, and it went through universities, and so there was a lot of work in a very short amount of time to put in an idea to say, hey, Tairāwhiti in Hawke's Bay, which is what this project covers today. We're really going to focus on the Tairāwhiti interviews that were part of a bigger project, but we partnered with the Hawke's Bay Sustainability Trust in Hawke's Bay, and they did a similar process to what you'll hear about from the Tairāwhiti team today, and they gave their apologies. They were planning to be here, but there's lots going on there this week. And so we joined together as the sort of community regional partners with Waipapa Taumatarau, the University of Auckland, as the academic partner, and we were successful in securing the opportunity to undertake this work with support from Mana Tū Hauora, the Ministry of Health. And the team there will start with a bit of an overview of how they do these sort of projects, and they're getting good at it after COVID, sort of research on the run and being able to make stuff happen quite quickly, appreciating all the limitations that comes with that. And then George will pick up from the university's perspective, and then we'll spend most of the time with the local team talking about the findings from the many interviews that they did with residents around the region over the last few months, and the analysis that happened in an extremely short amount of time. Holly will talk about perhaps how she'd usually take a year or so to do the analysis that she had to do in about 2 weeks, and the coding that would usually take months happened in about 2 weeks as well over the Christmas holiday. So it's been a very tight turnaround, but part of that was we don't know when the next event's going to happen. There's a lot of learnings that can come out of this. While we want to do a great job and be that world-class product of research, we also want to learn the lessons as fast as we can, and get the information out there so that we can adapt the systems that didn't work so well and strengthen those that did work really well, so that we're better prepared for the next event. Not just a flood event, but it could be all sorts of emergencies, and the ministry will talk a bit about what they're interested in from that perspective. So thanks everybody, and I'll hand over to Emma.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Nō te papai awe ahau, ko te manawa tū te awa I whangaihia ahau, e noho anō ki te whanganui a tāra, e mahi ana au ki Mana Tū Hauora, ko Emma Bailey tōku ingoa. I just want to start by saying a huge thank you to Te Weu and all the partners for hosting this research symposium, and for inviting us to be here. It's just a huge privilege to be here, part of the next couple of days, and we're really looking forward to it. And thank you too for the university been a research partner with us as well. So as I said, I am Emma Bailey. I'm the relationship manager for this bit of research for Manatū Hauora. I am a principal advisor in the research and evaluation team. That's some of my team there, some of them are missing. And I've been working on this with the university in Te Weu for the last kind of 6 to 8 months alongside Mary.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mary Silcock tōku ingoa. Ko Maungatautari tōku maunga, ko Waikato tōku awa, ko Irarangi tōku tūpuna, ko iwi, Pākehā tōku iwi. Sorry, ko Silcock rātou, ko Earl, ko Vincent tōku whānau, ko Pōniki and Aino. So I'm in the Chief Science Advisors team, Professor Ian Town, and he has really been a driver of getting rapid research commissioned and out the door by Manatū Hauora. So we're just really grateful to be able to come and hear how this year has progressed from the cyclone commissioning that we've done. Yeah. So we thought we'd just quickly explain a little bit about the process, like Manu said, of getting rapid research out that is high quality and in under urgency is really difficult for funding when it's a lot of money and a lot of taxpayers' money. And the cyclone happened just after COVID-19 was sort of finishing up, and we'd been through this process trying to get some rapid research for COVID because we didn't have any for New Zealand. We didn't have New Zealand research or science about COVID-19. So Ian Town had really pushed through 23 projects for COVID-19 in a rapid way. They're all just coming to fruition now and being completed. So we had that to build on for the cyclone research process, but it was still very fast, and we learned a lot about how to get out a fair process that was rigorous and had good methodology, but also was enabling community-based research from both of those research activities.
Yeah, so as we've said, this cyclone research was also very rapid, but it was also in conjunction with other government agencies who were doing disaster research. So it's feeding into this wider body of work happening all across the country. Seeing the process for both the COVID-19 research and the cyclone research and getting it all to the stage that it is at now has really helped us to understand a bit better how we can kind of navigate the tensions of getting really rapid, responsive research that kind of meets the needs of communities, Manatū Hauora, or the bigger system, but also trying to take more relational approaches and not just being really transactional about things. And working towards more kind of longer term collaboration as well. And it's been really great to see the partnership between the university and Te Weu researchers as they've really lent on each other's strengths and expertise throughout this whole process. We see lots of other opportunities and ways that we can support organisations and communities to do research as well. And really the primary purpose of all of this work is to help communities in the system learn from what's happened and to build on strengths and be prepared for the future. So we're really looking for more opportunities where we can do that as well.
So we'll just finish up for our last couple of slides. We're not going to take ages. We've got some plans that we thought some of you researchers may be interested in being involved with over this coming up year. You know, following up from these rapid research, programs of work. With the COVID-19 one, we are currently organising an online symposium, so the researchers can come and present their research in short, sharp little snapshots. Wide range of people can hear it, but they can particularly speak directly to Manatū Hauora, Public Health Agency, Te Aka Whai Ora and Te Whatu Ora sort of leaderships. We are hoping to organise a reflective session with researchers about
what worked for them with the cyclone research, but also the COVID-19 rapid community research that we did commission, and get their perspectives a bit more, and hear what worked, didn't work, and so we can build on those lessons into a new sort of commissioning framework that really builds in that long-term partnership and relationships with Manatū Hora and working with regions and local level as much as we possibly can from the centre.
Cool. And lastly, we just wanted to share a little bit about a new academic and researcher engagement program that we're planning for. And again, this is just to build on those relationships and partnerships across the country. So this could be things like secondments, hosting guest lectures, having tailored bespoke internships, and they can be at any level. Ideally, we'll be looking for like postgraduate students or really early career researchers, but it could also be well-established experts and academics who want to come and spend some time working within the ministry as well. And of course, health systems and policy is kind of the main subject matter, but there's lots of areas to Manatū Hora or the system where other non-health-based academics could learn a lot and could contribute a lot as well. So things like computer science, non-Western knowledge, disability scholarship, changing institutional structures, all of that good stuff. It's hoped that this program of work will just to support reciprocal learning for both the ministry and the researchers that are involved, and the overall goal is to support that fast, evidence-based decision-making and provide more opportunities for collaboration. If you're interested in any of this research, mahi, please just get in touch. We're pulling together a bit of a mailing list of people that are interested, but come and have a chat to us at the break or send us an email as well. But that's it from us, really. We'll just hand over to George and just kind of finish by saying we're really excited for the ongoing partnership of this and really committed to supporting the dissemination and the findings that you're presenting today. So, kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Tuatahi atu au kia koutou kua hui mai. Mihi ki aku whanaunga no te Weu Tairāwhiti, me te Manatū Hora, me te wharewananga. Kia ora. Te mihi mai hoha ki te mana whenua toro henei rongo whakaata tēnā koutou. Ko waiau, ki te tā tōku pāpā, ko Ashmore te waka, ko One Honga Takainga, ko te Pākaha te iwi, ki te taha tōku mama, ko mā tātua te waka, ko Tarakeha te maunga, ko o Pipi te awa, o Papi te marae, ko te whakatohea te iwi. Ko Hori Laking, taku ingoa, George Laking is my name. I'm a medical oncologist, a cancer specialist, and I grew up in Pōneke, but I live and work in Tāmaki, and I'm also at the University of Auckland, and in that role, I'm the academic lead at the university for the project on health and wellbeing effects of adverse weather. Reason for my own journey into this is I've been involved in the realm of climate change and health for over a decade with Ora Tairāwhiti, the New Zealand Climate and Health Council. And then in the cancer realm, the project that I have is about bringing specialist cancer services into the community, so out of the hospital into the community. Perceiving the chaos and the disruption wrought by the cyclone, I would see that as sitting at pretty much at the meeting point of both those things, the changes in our climate, the impact on health, and how communities are key to health and well-being. And also, like so many of us, I think of my own ties to Te Tairāwhiti that cross into the realm of whakapapa and whānau. So today, I want to talk about, I want to show you a slide. That's what I want to do, show you a slide. Yes, use the arrows. I reckon I use that one. Woo. Oh, I might need, oh, there's a whole lot of slides here. There's one for me. That one not for me. Luckily, I've got a written talk as well as slides. One of the things that we did straight away when this started was Manu sent us a Dropbox, and we put all the work in the Dropbox. Were they? Oh, they're the same talk. It's like unity of the talk. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll use the arrows from now on, Emma. Te Weu me te wai. So in April last year, of course, the ministry sought to learn how health, well-being and community needs would link up after a cyclone. And they were looking for knowledge from the community with a focus on how the health system has performed. And at this point, I want to acknowledge my colleagues at the university, Professors Judith McCool, Dan Exeter, who's here with me today, Doctors Kyle Eggleton, John Sluter, Fiona Langridge, Victoria Egley, and our project manager, Ofania Ikiua. So I wanted to spend a minute on the name that we gave to the project. Waipapa Taumata Rau, that's a name for ingoa Māori for the University of Auckland, and that relates to Waipapa, which is the landing place of waka and coastal trade that link Tamaki with Te Turanganui Kiwa and beyond. And so we were fortunate to link with Te Weu Tairāwhiti, and so we called this project Te Weu me te wai. And so we were thinking in that. Of course, Te Weu, we think of root fibres. That's kind of like the networks that form communities of people. And with Te Wai, makes us think about the more sort of fluid nature of knowledge and how it moves through communities and sustains them. And you also think of the interaction between soil and water that makes the landscape stable. And sometimes it's possible to have too much water. Sometimes it's possible to have too little water. How much is about right? So we designed the project as a equal partnership between the community and the university, working with Manu to put this together. And one aspect of that is equal division of the money that's gone into it. And one of the beautiful results is that Te Weu has been able to recruit and develop its own researchers to do the interviews and focus groups they're going to tell you about in a moment. The role we have at Te Wai is to bring the information together and wrap that up in a report to the ministry. And so I've just put in a couple of slides that address that partnership aspect, also as they relate to the sovereignty of the data, especially the kōrero that's come from communities in Te Tairāwhiti. Ultimately, the sovereignty of the kōrero data is with the communities that have offered that. Oh, kia ora. Thank you for reading my slide attentively. Yeah, kia ora. As well as the kōrero part, we've been able to access numerical data from Te Whatu Ora and the former DHBs. That lets us learn about how the health system has performed for the people who had contact with the health system since the last 5 years, actually, which is pretty much everyone would have had some contact with the health system in the last 5 years. And what we expect is that the numbers and the kōrero together are going to reinforce each other and shed light on each other. So I just want to talk a bit about that. So with this data, of course, you have people interact with the health system, which and there's many things the health system does, medicines, laboratory tests, maybe a stay in hospital. That last little graphic there that Dan put in is a little bit more ominous, but yeah. So we gathered the data, and it's anonymised. The numerical data that we have from Te Whatu Ora is anonymised, and then that comes to us so that we can understand what's been going on in the big picture view. And with the big picture view, we take into account things like geography, the other indicators and predictors of people's health, the demographic side. Just as and these are some of the domains we're able to look at with this large amount of numerical data that we have in parallel to the kōrero that we're going to talk about just after this. Here's a slide that simply sums up the amount of work that the health system has done from month to month over the last 5 years. And Dan says to me an interesting thing about this slide is if you look at those vertical bars that represent months, some of them are lower than others, representing depression of activity. Had a pretty big depression around the time of the first COVID lockdown, for example. But one high-level thing you can say is each time the system does seem to have bounced back. So I would take heart from that. But really, we are still... We still have further ground to cover for putting the data together now that now that we have these these sets of data appearing in front of us. And I'll add there's a similar amount of data that's coming in from the Hawke's Bay part of the project. So the priority today, I feel, is that we're able to check the reading that we have of what Tairāwhiti people have been saying, so that our next work is able to accurately reflect experiences, opinions, intentions of the people who've taken part in this from Tairāwhiti, especially for those of us that's from outside. We do think of the trauma that still goes on. We're super happy about the work that is from Te Weu Tairāwhiti and researchers. Tuku mihi ana mātou kia koutou ngā mōrehu. It's one of the things about climate change. There's going to be more of this, more events like Gabrielle. Did make me think of a pepeha from another Tairāwhiti, apparently, the one in the east of Europe, where the fella said, friends, there's bad news and good news. The bad news is that this year is going to be worse than last year. But the good news is that this year is going to be better than next year. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't think we have to be quite so pessimistic about all this, you know. But collectively, as a society, we have to find ways of working that are able to withstand weather chaos and climate disruption. And so I do look forward to talking a whole lot more about that in the panel after the next part. And so I'll hand across to Holly, or Josie, kia ora, and colleagues. Kia ora tātou rā.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai hara mai ki tēnei hui whakapua ki kōrero, tēnā tātou. Ko Josie McClutchy tōku ingoa, he uri no konei, no Ngāti Parau, rongo whakaata, rongo mai wahine hoki. I'm Josie, and I've been the project lead on this this research kaupapa that one of our analysis aunties appropriately named Kua huri te tai, kua pari te tai aroha. Before we start, I'd like to acknowledge the heaviness of this kaupapa. The kōrero that we've gathered has been quite an emotional time for our team. and we need to acknowledge those who participated in this study and the emotional labour on them for sharing. For many in this room, the memories and ongoing damage caused by not just Cyclone Gabriel, but, you know, the repeated weather events are still raw and continue to be felt deeply. And as one of our participants profoundly put it, te taumahatanga e pēhi nei te tangata. So today, our team is going to give a very brief overview of the research that we started almost 9 months ago. Feels like 9 years. Starting with a snapshot of our methodology, so how we as a local team designed the study, right from gathering the data through to the analysis in community. And then we'll be touching on some of the key findings from our recently completed over 200-page draft report. Thanks. Very recent, hot off the press. We've got a tag team approach today where we'll be taking turns to present. But let me first introduce to you an amazing team of what we've called ourselves the analysis aunties. And then there's Manu. Starting with Professor Holly Thorpe, a local Gizzy girl, who was our amazing, badass academic supervisor. And then we have Dana Chaffee, who's not only a research but a famous artist, local artist, and does many other things. And then we have Hayley Maxwell, who's just literally touched down from Hong Kong, and Hedia Philip Barbara. So all these ladies are leaders in their own right and working full-time jobs, and so this is not the only kaupapa that they've been working on. And last but not least, we have Pāparo here, who was our project kaumātua, who gave us great guidance and support right throughout the project. So that's our team. And then we have Auntie Manu, who, of course, was the Te Weu boss. Now, tag you, Holly.
Kia ora, Josie. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we did and how we did it. So we were following the protocol, which was trying to not only get residents' experiences, but also health professionals and first responders. So we, as a team, visually mapped out who do we talk to. If we could talk to anybody, what parts of the community are we trying to get into. We were trying to get regional diversity there, so East Coast, Gisborne City, Gisborne Western, rural, and we recognised the trauma that is still being experienced in the community. And so we really started with our personal connections and relationships. And then in qualitative research, there's a method called snowball sampling, where you talk to some people and they recommend the next people and the next people. I think here locally, a more context-specific version of that might be the Kumara Vine, where we worked through our personal connections and extended out and following on recommendations of other people. And there's absolutely no way that we could capture the full diversity of experiences across the community. But we ended up doing 45 semi-structured interviews and focus groups, and this was a total of 77 participants in our community with a range of age and gender and cultural identities. And I do feel confident that while we can't represent the full diversity of our community, the voices and stories that we've captured do speak to the very varied health and wellbeing impacts of repeated extreme weather events over the past 2 years. And this is a bit of a word cloud here that just represents the diversity of our participants, from school principals to people working in GP practices or health specialists, horticulturalists, single mothers, people with disabilities, business owners, marae leaders, a whole diversity here. So, us as a team, we went out and sat with people, and we interviewed them and we heard their stories, and as Josie's alluded, that was a very emotional process for some of our participants, but also for us too. Those stories are taonga that we will cherish forever, and we've fought really hard to respect those all the way through this project, and we'll continue to fight for those stories. So thank you for those in the room who shared your stories with us, and those who aren't here today. As a team, these are with our whānau, with our friends, with our community, and you sat with our participants and you heard those stories. Those were recorded, they go to a transcriber. Then we had about 1,300 pages of transcripts. What do you do with that? That's not the end point, right? That's actually you're midway at that point. And so we, together as a team, developed a code. Here you see my home setup where I was coding those transcripts, but each of our team were coding their transcripts as well, and that means you're going over line by line carefully, poring over the words on the page, what's most important here, and then trying to pull back and see a bigger picture. So this was our analysis process. Then I went and did the thematic analysis with huge support from Josie. But as a team, our local team have been involved in every step of the way, from designing our methodology to figuring out our sampling approach, to doing those interviews and focus groups, to co-developing our code, using our code, checking in on our analysis, and then standing here in front of you today. And I think that's a really, it's a 200-page report based on Tairāwhiti is just one part of it, but also what you see here, I think, is the other side of it, other side of the story, where we have a local team of researchers now, and building that research capacity in Tairāwhiti is, I think, really, really important, and a legacy as in and of itself. So we organised our key findings into three big themes, and our report is structured this way. We've got community voices, health systems, and then non-related health systems. But they're all connected to health and well-being. And today we can't do justice to a 200-page report, so what we're going to do is just give you, our team are going to give you a few snippets from each of these parts of this report. So the first part of the report is community voices, and this word cloud here shows the different sections in this part of the report, where we start with tamariki, rangatahi, our pakeke, the impacts on our Māori communities, our Pacific communities, issues of gender, disability, workers and volunteers, immigrants. These are just some of the themes that are in this part of the report. And I'm going to pass it over now to one of our team members, Hiria, who's going to speak to pakeke.
Kia ora tātou. I'm going to sit down for this. Kia ora, ko Hiria Philip Barbara tōku ingoa, he reo no roto o Reporua me rangitukia. Ko te puake au ki tū ranganui a kiwa, no reira, ko tēnei tōku kāinga. No reira, tēnā tātou. Yeah, so a little introduction of who I am since I haven't done it yet. But yeah, my name's Hiria. I've grown up around Gisborne. I come from a little place called Reporua. Population, I'm not sure what we're at now. We might be 4, 6, I'm not sure. And then the other side of me is rangitukia. On my father's side, he's actually Lebanese. So the Barbaras from Te Araroa is whānau, but we're actually the South Island Barbaras. So, kia ora tātou. So we did a bunch of interviews, and we spoke to quite a few pakeke and whānau who were looking after their pakeke. And this was a really important thing for us to look into, because I think, especially as Māori, right, we have so much love and respect for our pakeke that sometimes in the midst of a disaster, we can sometimes forget. Because we're trying to look after the immediate response to our own whare and our own people, we forget about those pakeke who live on their own. So that was one of the things we found, was that some of our most vulnerable members in our community, our pakeke, they actually weren't prioritised when it came to evacuation. And a lot of them weren't evacuated by officials, but were evacuated by locals who knew they were there. And those were our rangatahi, right, going in and saving their pakeke. So amazing work by them, but that's definitely a gap that we saw. The other thing that we know about our pakeke is they don't like to be a hoha, right? That's very much a common theme that I hear with my own nanny. She doesn't want help because she doesn't want to be a hoha. And so sometimes what that means is they don't want the support and they don't want the help because they think they're taking it from someone else. And I find that with a lot of our pakeke, and I think about my own nanny, you know, she did better when it was whānau going in to help because she didn't want to take from someone else. And I think that's where our own local community is so important in these situations. And also there's an ongoing effect, right? The ones who had their houses damaged are trying to deal with insurance. And I don't know about you, I'm not a pakeke, but that confused me. I don't know how it would be for our kaumātua and how they navigate all of that, and they continue to navigate it, and that just adds more stress onto their whānau who are the ones looking after them at the moment. So yeah, I think it's important that we keep remembering them through this because they're so good at trying not to be a hoha that sometimes they fall through the cracks. And I've got a bit of a quote from our report from one of our participants. As that comes up, I will try and read it. Bear with me, my first language is Māori, so reading in English makes me really nervous. Ka pai. They didn't know how to get out. Some of them couldn't move out because they were so old and frail. The water was so powerful they couldn't move anywhere. Some just stayed in their rooms until someone turned up. For instance, there was a lady, she was stuck in her wheelchair, and by the time people found her, the water was at her neck. Elderly were the ones that really, I'm guessing, like, got left behind. There could have been a lot more lives gone if those young people didn't come to help them and put their lives at risk for the kaumātua. It basically wiped out our whole kaumātua flats. I just want you to sit with that for a minute. So not all doom and gloom, we have a bit of a recommendation. And one of the recommendations that came out of our report is health and social services need to work closer together to ensure at-risk, vulnerable elderly are prioritised in the evacuation, medical and physical needs during and after an extreme weather event. Kia ora tātou. I'm going to pass over to another one of the aunties. Kia ora.
O tēnā tātou katoa kua hui mai tēnei ata. Ko ai tēnei he uria hau no te Tairāwhiti whānui, mai Ngāti Kahungunu ki te Wairoa, rongo whakaata, māhake, Ngāti Porou, te whānau atu whakairiora, te whānau apanui, te whakatohia tēnei mihi atu nei kia koutou katoa. I'm also Ngāti Pākehā too. My name is Hayley Maxwell. So I have whakapapa to Scotland of my grandparents. So tēnā koutou aku whanaunga no Scotland and England. Tēnā ra tātou katoa. Okay, so my mahi, well, one of my main jobs, Monday to Friday or Monday to Sunday, 9 to whenever, is I am currently the Directing Manager of Tautua Village, which is a rangatahi centre for Pasifika, Māori and Pākehā rangatahi, aged from 12 to 25 years old, sometimes 30. We'll push it out to 30 because sometimes 30-year-olds are still rangatahi too and need support. So we're grateful to be part of this kaupapa, thanks to Uncle Manu, Auntie Manu. And currently we also had 2 rangatahi who are part of this research team who are not here today. So I just want to acknowledge Te Mana Pukuati and Mos Pātia Taylor, who were fortunate enough to be part of the research team from the beginning. They learnt how to interview and also participated and interviewed some rangatahi themselves. So I just want to acknowledge them both, even though they're not here today. Ka pai, so, you know, rangatahi voice is really important to me as a rangatahi worker. It's one of my passions. It is my passion, actually. Starts at home first. My children, what they believe in, what they get fed every day by me is important, and actually hearing what they have to say too, and supporting them. So this was kind of close to home for me. As we know, sometimes in our generation and above, we don't really acknowledge or allow rangatahi to speak or have an opinion. And it's so this was an opportunity for our rangatahi to have a voice too. And I think in some of the interviews with our rangatahi, that came through pretty strongly, that they weren't being heard if they had something to say, especially within Māori and Pacific communities as well, that they were overlooked. And that's a common theme, not just in this research project either, within our communities. Okay, anyway, here's some of the community voices. Rangatahi were worried about the health and well-being of their families and friends, particularly those they were unable to contact during communication outages. You know, they live on these, cell phones, so when Wi-Fi went down, oh my Lord, don't know about your whare, but my children, they were stressed when they couldn't make contact, firstly with their nanny, who lives over in Mangapapa. We were in Kaiti, so that was really hard for them to not be able to contact their nan to see if she was okay. Parents and whānau observed changes in their rangatahi and the impact of disruption to their sporting and social networks and relationships. Yep. I think that goes for all as well. Whereas some youth felt helpless and unsure how to help their communities. Others were integral to recovery initiatives and played key roles in supporting their communities' recovery processes. So we know that if we ask our kids to do anything, especially within Tautua village, they want to do something. They want to help. They really do. So it's really up to us to allow them to have that space to be able to step up. Some youth were activated by witnessing extreme weather events and are highly motivated to help their whānau and communities to better prepare for and minimise the effects of future events. And I think within our Pasifika and Māori communities too, that came through strongly. And here's one of the quotes from one of the participants. From my perspective, it's just all I can do is just help all the aunties. Yeah, that's what I can do, because I can just see that they're hurt, all the aunties. You can just see them smiling, but they're hiding stuff, you know. I just love it, the bros like me just to come and help all the families, That's why I sort of jumped on this contract with just to help all the aunties, and that with the smashed houses. All I just want to do is just give back to the community, because everyone helped me around here, because I was whāngai to all of the houses. Yeah, and now it's just giving back. And that was from one of the participants from the East Coast, who was Tāne Māori and a rangatahi Māori. Kia ora tātou.
Thanks, Hayley. Yeah, one of the most heartbreaking themes that came through was the impact on community health and wellbeing, and the chronic mental health effects associated with repeated weather events that are now widely referred to as rain anxiety. We're hearing words like climate anxiety or climate fatigue. So symptoms like depression, anxiety, trouble sleeping or worry when it rains continue to cause distress across the community and without adequate mental health support. Our frontline staff, health staff and volunteers working through the recovery effort experienced heightened levels of stress and PTSD. And many of our Māori participants spoke of the emotional and spiritual impacts associated with the damage and destruction to, whenua, taonga species and significant cultural sites like Urupa. And a resounding whakaaro that came through was when the whenua is unwell, we are unwell. So the impact on mental health will likely grow as these weather events become more frequent. And this is one of our voices. I was not good because I was seeing the impact on how it was for our community whānau. I think it hit me quite a bit later on. I fell into a depression. It just built up over time. I'm still healing, doing therapy for the last 6 to 7 months since Gabriel. I'm just trying to get my wairua and my tinana and everything back in place so I can start focusing. And that was from another tāne Māori. So these are some of the recommendations that we felt were coming through. Mental health systems need to directly respond to climate change anxiety, to how climate change anxiety is impacting communities affected by these repeated, unrelenting weather events. And there is a need for more culturally responsive forms of weather-related trauma, recovery and mental health support.
So the second main section of this report is around health systems. In here we acknowledge the pre-existing long-standing inequities and inadequacies in our health system here in Tairāwhiti. Then we go into various sections including GPs, around prescriptions, around pharmacies, around Māori health providers, rural health and social needs, the section on the Gisborne Hospital, specialist services, emergency responders, impacts on health staff, collaboration with other systems, and then also a big section, amazing section I'd say, on the non-profit and social service providers who played a critical role in supporting our communities, often led by volunteers and doing amazing mahi. So I'm going to pass it over now to Dana, who's going to speak on some of the findings around rural health.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dana Chaffee tōku ingoa, no rangituki a aho. Yeah, I'm just going to dive right into the rural health section. It was really important for us to gather the voices that spoke to this. During the response phase, direct communication with stakeholders in Gisborne City, such as hospital boardroom meetings and coordination with healthcare providers, was crucial for understanding and addressing rural community needs. Innovative methods like using ATVs and helicopters were necessary to transport medical staff and supplies to remote areas with damaged roads or difficult terrain. However, despite efforts, concerns persisted about prescription access and support for vulnerable community members, like those with complex health needs, highlighting ongoing challenges in remote healthcare delivery. So this is a quote from one of our participants, a Pacific male first responder from Tairāwhiti. Our whānau up the coast needed medicine, prescriptions. Getting access from the helicopter to the home was a challenge. So the police leant in and helped out. We got a side-by-side from Honda. It got to places where our four-wheel drives could never go. We used that side-by-side to get to places and spaces to get medicine in. Getting the basic necessities to whānau for their health and well-being was important. Some of the recommendations that came from that was that urgent investigation is needed to address the long-standing underinvestment in rural health in Tairāwhiti, which has left remote communities, particularly Māori, vulnerable and stressed, especially those with complex health needs, as areas become increasingly disconnected. Kia ora.
I'll sit here. So, Māori health providers. Yeah, they went over and above in many cases, and lots of challenges too that they had to overcome. But one thing that stands out is that they know their community really well, and they have really well-established relationships and trust within those communities. Yeah, they're able to move into them really quickly. And that's what we found, was that they were highly responsive and innovative in their approaches in supporting the complex needs across not just the city communities, but the rural communities. There were so many challenges there, and there were some really great creative ways too that they came up with, which is all in the report, where, you know, they would go and take cash, ATM machines out to the most isolated communities within the city district, because those were some of the things, practical things that, you know, were really good in terms of supporting our mental health needs of our people. And they've been really proactive about being better prepared for future events and investing in more robust health systems, robust and resilient health systems. And this is a quote from one of them. There's so much learning. I mean, if we had a cyclone right now, we've got Starlinks on every clinic. All our clinics have generators and radios that we've purchased. I'm just waiting for the install on full radio comms, you know, because you cannot rely on a mobile network or internet. And we're still scoping out some solar opportunities. So there's a few things we're doing to keep building resilience and the lessons learned. There are lots of learnings. I think it's constantly in the back of your mind when you're planning now. So a lot can be learnt from our Māori health providers, Ministry of Health, because they're really innovative and responsive in their approaches, and you know, they utilised a lot of that during the extreme weather events. And they're proactive in developing a more robust and resilient health infrastructure that meets the complex health needs of the communities across the Tairāwhiti.
Kia ora, it's me again. So I'm going to talk a little bit about it's community voice, but it's a health issue as well, right? It's the voices of our chronically ill and disabled community. There's a couple of points up there. So the first one being that community members with various disabilities and or chronic illnesses face particular challenges during evacuations. I can speak for myself. I am chronically ill and disabled, and I live on my own with 2 dogs and 2 cats. So the idea of evacuation was terrifying. Lucky I didn't have to. But after that event, I realised very quickly I needed a better plan. Because my plan was, oh, it's okay, I'll just go to the top story of my house. No. We saw what happened in Hawke's Bay. I could not get onto the roof with my animals or myself. So I think a lot of the time I think at the moment we don't have much information to help those people in those communities, especially the ones like me who don't look chronically ill or disabled unless I'm in my chair. People don't realise that I am sick. So I just kind of get forgotten about. And that's a very common theme with a lot of chronically ill and disabled people. The other factor was just the stress and anxiety from the environmental hazards. So when we had to limit the use of water in our houses, that meant cleaning became a lot harder for us. And the thing is we catch things very easily. And my ability to get to the hospital was limited because the bridges were out and I live on Kaiti, in the Kaiti. So I was isolated at that point, right? And again, we heard this from a few people. And it also, after the event itself, once the adrenaline dies down, that's when we have what we call flares, which is when your health needs flare up. And that is for people with asthma, high blood pressure, low blood pressure, all sorts of complex health needs. They get exacerbated by the stress and the anxiety from the weather event itself. And then when the no comms happened, we also just didn't have information. So I didn't know what was happening. I couldn't call an ambulance. You know, there was a lot of things that happened during that directly impacted my community. So, yeah. And we have a quote. This is also kind of a recommendation as well. Those with disabilities, there should be a list that's regularly updated, called, and then when things happen, you've got that list. Doctors should have them. We need to have a database because when they have civil defence, they have the manpower, just need to give them the list. So our recommendation is health and disability organisations need to work with civil defence and first responders to ensure those with disabilities are contacted and supported if when evacuations are necessary. Because I have to say, the only people who checked on me were people who were worried that my mum hadn't heard from me. Because she lives in Wellington. I didn't have any health professionals check on me. So, yeah. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora team. The third section in the report is non-health related systems. And again, very focused on how they impact individuals and communities' health and well-being and health systems. So in this section, we have local government, civil defence and well-being. We also heard about the impacts on those first responders, on their own health and well-being, the stress of what they were being asked to do, the long hours for weeks and months afterwards, and the support systems around them that was or wasn't there at times. We've got a section on recovery systems and clean-up support, a section on livelihoods from farming and horticulture and forestry. We've got a section on communications, and this was huge and really important. Roading. We heard about roading as a humanitarian issue. And this morning we heard about those bridges, when the bridges are gone and how they impact people. And we heard those stories of the people on those other sides of those bridges or those roads that aren't getting repaired. And how that impacts their health and well-being and to be able to live a meaningful life. But also health services be able to get to and from them. We've got a section in there on water and sewage. A section on housing. Section on money and telecommunications and safety, section on kai and food, and then we finish off with a section on funerals and cemeteries. So we're not going to go into this here today, it's all in the report, And as you've seen, I hope, we've just had a couple of quotes up here today, but I hope you've felt those in your heart, in your stomach. This report is full of those. They're anonymised to protect the identity of our participants, but that means they're speaking honestly. And this report, the stage is now that it will inform the process. The integrated analysis starts next week, George, with Tairāwhiti dataset and the Hawke's Bay, bringing those together, and then that will ultimately go on to that report to the Ministry of Health in March. We're really passionate that we don't lose the depth and nuance and complexities of our Tairāwhiti dataset, and so we're going to work really hard to make sure this is a resource that we can use here. It's not something that's parked away, that our organisations and our communities here can use this. We hope that we can be around to support that process in whatever ways are required. There's nothing worse than a whole lot of work that goes into a report that sits in a drawer somewhere. This is hopefully a starting point, not an end point. But I'm going to pass it over now. Thanks to our team, you're amazing. I'm going to pass it over to our kaumātua Paparau, who played a critical role in helping us connect with participants that we would not have got to otherwise. So over to you, Paparau.
Tihei Māori ora. Tihei Māori ora. Te wharea tāhua tēnā koe. Te rōpū e hui mai tēnei rā. Ngā whanaunga, ngā hoa, ngā hau e whā. A tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou. Ngā mate o ia marae, haere, haere, haere. Ko rau whokatoko ingoa, a.k.a. Paparau. Ko au he tamaiti no Ngāti Porou. He mokopuna nā te rahui e taiapa, te tuakana o ngā tohunga whakairo, pene taiapa rā ko hone. Ko hau anō te tahi o te whānau hene rupe, i karangi te manga, wai pūtawa, Ngāti Porou TV, ka uri ki te reo Pākehā. Kia ora no whānau. Wow, what a wonderful presentation from our whānau. You know, I must confess to being somewhat confused when my mokopuna Holly invited me to be part of this group, to be part of this wonderful Puti Puti Tāhua group. I had a minimal input into this process, but I did have time to observe the excellence, the sincerity and the professionalism of the whānau in the way they attended to this kaupapa. It's very important kaupapa. So, from me, whānau, congratulations. Ka mautuehi, ka mautuehi. However, it's not about you. It's not about me. It's about the people you interviewed. Those 77 people who gave of their time to share their pūrakos, their stories, their trauma, their mamai. Some of you are here today. Are there anybody who was interviewed? Would you mind standing here too, please? Anyone who was interviewed, would you stand? Thank you so much for the koha that you gave to the team. Without that koha, that report you have just heard could not be possible. Some of the feedback I got from interviews that I was privy to confirmed for me the importance of the survey. The comments I heard from those who I spoke to appreciated the opportunity to share their stories. But they appreciate also the feedback they got with the written copies of their interviews. It's wonderful. I would like to just end up by saying to the team, I'm very proud of you all. You gave amazing effort to this koha aroha. And I am so proud of you all. I have one last comment to make. To our beloved Earth Mother, Papa Tūnuku, we get it. Koha. We get it. Enough already. And to Hori and Holly, who have committed, showed their commitment to health and well-being, but particularly to you, Hiria. You know, I'm an 84-year-old half-blind cripple with Parkinson's. I live alone, so I understand exactly what you're talking about. My koha to you is a waiata that I wrote some years ago. It's called Haora. He oranga ngā kou, he picking away ora. He oranga ngā kou, he picking away ora. Te taha wairua, te taha hene ngaro, te taha tinana, horanga whānau. He oranga ngā kou, he picking away ora. He oranga ngā kou, he picking away ora. He oranga ngā kou, he picking away ora. A kia ora koutou.
Komatu.
Kia ora koutou, ko Harley Dibble tōku ingoa. I'm up here as a member of Te Weu and to support a short discussion post this amazing presentation. It's quite, I'm sure you'll all agree, it was a powerful presentation. The report will be so valuable for our community. A massive thank you to the community research team in particular, and to everyone that supported it, those that contributed with their input from the community. So just a big thank you, really powerful. I'm slightly overwhelmed. And we, I think, have allocated 15 minutes. I'm looking around for a manu or somebody just to make sure I'm, yep, thumbs up from Renee, excellent. So what I thought we would do, I wanted to ask one question and share that question to everyone sitting here, or everyone who wants to respond. The research had some key recommendations, and I guess it's a simple question, and it's what do you want to see and what will happen next with the findings and the report? So I'm not sure who would like to start with it to respond to that.
Kia ora. Yeah, I can't believe I'm still wearing socks because I'm just witnessing the power of community when you activate community. Something to hold on to. Anyhow, from the Waipapa roadside, we're overjoyed to receive the report that's come from Te Weu. The combination of elements of that, kōrero, the thinking, the analysis, the organisation leading up to those recommendations. It's my wish to directly adopt those recommendations into the report that we prepare for the ministry. And so when I think about it, I think it's going to be, and this is my own thought just at this moment, but how we weave those recommendations into kōrero that's coming in from around the world and from comparable events that's happened here, and so that those recommendations get a real firm kind of linking in to that wider world of scholarship. So that's my hope for where we can move on with the recommendations that's come in. I mean, they stand on their own, but I think it's always good to say, this is Tairāwhiti, and this is how Tairāwhiti connects to the rest of the world, and this is why what is here is a message that is more than Tairāwhiti. Kia ora.
I think from Manatū Haora's perspective, that's why we're here, is to really listen to what you've got to say and what you want us to do with the recommendations, you know, from your perspective, and want to work with you once the march is finished. It's not going to be the end of how we can elevate them with our influence, and that could take a long time. It may take immediate stuff, but over the whole year. We are collating a lot of New Zealand community grassroots research, especially from Māori health providers over COVID-19 especially. That Emma and I, that's our directorate's new, and that's our objective, is to lift that up into the decision makers' view so they can use it. At the moment, often they don't know how to use it in a way. It's not easy, you know, making it easier for them. So if we need to, we can work with you and George, how we can present the recommendations, who to, the right people. There'll be sections of it. Holly, yours will speak to a real sector of the ministry. Elderly, disabled health team, they'd be really keen to hear. So it may be a series of different types of things that we could help with that, but we're really willing to work with whoever for as long as it would take, within reason, I suppose.
The only other thing I'd add is, yeah, I mean, I think I really am just so looking forward to sitting with this report and really taking it all in, but also just really struck by the system, you know, it's the whole system. We all need to be working together, whaikaha, whoever does the roads, Manatū Haora. So yeah, just really thinking about the way that we can share this and all the other research that's been happening in this space with, you know, right across all the other agencies that can be involved. So thinking about that too, and what Mary said.
Kia ora, ko Daniel Exeter aho. I'm a data geek. I'm a health geographer. I make maps. My data all come from the Ministry of Health data sets. They come from Stats New Zealand, from wherever. But essentially, they're rows and columns of numbers and clinical codes and things that don't mean anything unless we tell the story. The recommendations that you've made today stand on their own, but it's our responsibility to do something with them. And so the challenge, I think, is to say, you know, imagine if older, vulnerable populations had solar power as a backup or something, or, you know, who could be responsible for that? A small change, but could make a massive implication around some of those well-being sort of things. So many recommendations that I hope that we can draw with the quantitative data to fill in some of those blanks and draw some of the story as well. So, ka pai.
You're up next then. I feel the Tairāwhiti community have been doing the mahi. And there's a whole lot in this offshoot of the report, right? This was actually never intended. The Tairāwhiti report that we have on the table there was actually never intended. This is a kind of something that we've fought for, so we don't lose all of those stories when it goes to the next stage, which is the combined report with Hawke's Bay, as well as the quantitative data as well. So this is something that we hope can be used locally. But we've heard a lot from our participants about, yes, we're resilient, but don't call us that from Wellington. Actually, we need investment. And there's a whole, what we shared today was just a few little snippets. Every one of those titles I mentioned has recommendations, has key findings, recommendations, and backed up with selected quotes. And behind each of those selected quotes are hundreds of quotes. So there's so much data here, but I really think what some of our key findings are, there is so much knowledge in our community from what they've been through, relationships, local knowledge that needs to be respected from Wellington, that we need funding, we need support, but actually the answers are in our community. So I think it's about that dialogue, and I think this project is an example of that in collaboration with Auckland, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, and I think that's really hopeful. I think these tight timeframes on a project like this are tough. They're tough on our team because the community it's a traumascape, and you can't do rapid fire research. It takes a real toll, and this project has taken a lot from us, and I think hopefully this is not the end point. Hopefully there's time on the other side of this so we can really, go deeper with these findings. Yes, we can publish it for international journals so they can learn from our research, but also we can disseminate it in ways that really connect with communities here, but across the country. And I'm going to pass it over to Josie now because you and I have been on this journey together, Josie.
Just what she said. All of that. I just wonder if there's just a moment we can ask if there's anyone in the audience that have we got time for one or two questions? Is there anyone here that has a question that they might want to ask?
Kia ora, mimihia tu kia koutou ngā kai whakarato i ngā kōrero a te iwi. Me kore ake ko koutou he taringa are mai, e kore e puia mai wenei, hua o te rangi nei no reira. Ko ngā mana tike kei runga i a koutou, tēnā koutou. Ka tiki te iwi e whakarongo maira, tēnā tātou. Tairāwhiti, tēnā tātou. My question goes to the point of research takes care of research funding, but the question is where to and what now? Will any of that bring benefit to the situation that the harm we heard, the hurt we heard, will there be result that will change any of that reality? Because we're used to being over-researched here, eh? And I'm quite mindful, and many in this room, when Nori Parata did a report on housing almost 40 years ago, and we're still in the same situation. So I really wonder, I don't know that as officials of Te Manatū Hauora, that actually your outcomes will actually give any levity. I'm not even certain that the Crown can actually create an outcome for that. So then it becomes simply this, our voices are captured, they sit in a report, and we get value based on those people who gave value. How? Kia ora.
Such an important challenge. That's a really hard thing as a researcher because often you don't have the power to create the change on the other side of it. So that's why I think a report like this is only as strong as what happens next. And there's the same thing with the report to Ministry of Health. That's only as strong as what happens next. And that's not, the researchers themselves can't bring about that change. We hope this is a tool to advocate, to push for change, to push to government for change. But yeah, often people look to the researchers to do the change, but actually the research is part of a process of change. We hope this can be part of that change. But I hear you in terms of the critiques, and I think there's a very healthy scepticism of research in our community. We came across it a lot. People saying, what is this going to do? And as a researcher, I'm not here to offer false promises. I can't say that or promise that Ministry of Health is going to do anything or the government's going to do anything. But hopefully we can use this as a resource locally to push, to advocate, to take the learnings so that we're better prepared next time. Anyone else want to jump on this?
I just wanted to mention how Auntie Holly here, throughout this whole process, has fought for all the kōrero, for all the taonga that we have received to Tairāwhitiise it and make it, you know, all about Tairāwhiti, but also a taonga for us to be able to use, as she said. That's why she separated the analysing part of it so that it wasn't lost in amongst other kōrero and other taonga and other stories. And I think that's part of it, so that we have got this evidence, we have got this this research that's just for Tairāwhiti, so hopefully we can use it as well. Yeah.
And look at our team here who are now able to do that research, future research in this community. We don't necessarily need experts coming from Waikato or Auckland or somewhere else overseas. We have local research expertise, and I think that's a nice, another part of this project actually, because that's, I think a lot of where that scepticism comes from for research in the community is that it's often been done to the community. And yeah, hopefully going forward, there are lots of initiatives, there are lots of organisations that are growing research capacity locally, and this is just one of these.
Kia ora tātou. Hārata Gibson taku ingoa, take noko nei. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou wahine mā, and tāne mā, and tāne manu. I appreciate your very succinct report back this morning. I thought it was brilliant. Thank you. I just also would like to add that as a person who worked in our communities, it's really interesting that what was raised and what I read from the feedback actually was you could apply that to COVID, those responses. So to the ministry, when you figure that's a good report for a cyclone, actually it's event management that community groups such as ours and many probably sitting in this room deal with. It gets a different name. This one just happens to be Gabriel, and I'm not downing the importance of what happened with Gabriel. What I'm trying to say is that as community groups who are out there doing this mahi for nothing, just for the love of the people, all of these issues, going right back to the book that Nori wrote 100 years ago, that book on housing, we have the worst housing stats, homelessness that Tairāwhiti has ever seen. So we've got this report. I like the idea of the report because now I can pull something solid, evidence-based, and bash the hell out of government. Because that's, even if you can't do anything with it, that's what I would use because it was really well done. I really loved it with the input of women because, But I do just want to remind us that as community groups, we do all of this, doesn't matter what the event is. So when you're pooling together for something, please look wider than a weather event or a roading event or a housing event, and consider those who actually do all those events, and we're still waiting. Kia ora. Thank you again.
Kia ora tātou. Go back over the other side because that's who we want to hear from about this report, right? But I just wanted to kind of touch on to what Auntie Shah was saying, right? Like our report, as a team, we spoke about it right at the beginning. What do we tell our community is going to come from this? Because we can't promise anything because we're just one step of this whole process. But what we hope is that this is a foot in the door for our local organisations who work tirelessly all the time whenever there's something on, and they keep doing it again and again and again. They have their own kōrero that they've already written. They've written their own recommendations for their own organisations, and they already started implementing it long ago, but to the detriment of our people, right? So now is the time for local and national government to step up and support those local organisations to do the work that they do so we don't keep burning out our people, because it's not fair. So I just want to add that. So thank you to you guys. And that's what we hope from this report. But again, we can't actually promise anything, so I'm going to pass over that side. And
can I just say quickly, Charlotte, ngā mihi ki a koe, marae are a big theme in our report, and I'm sorry that we didn't put it up here, but marae and the leadership role that they took, and all the unfunded voluntary community support that they did during and post the state of emergency was critical, much like the Māori health providers. So I'm sorry we didn't put it up there, Charlotte, but it's in there big. It's in there big. It's in there big. And the recommendation is that hubs like our marae are funded, and there's training and there's ongoing support for them. Because a lot of the time they're digging out of their own cupboards to pay for people who have been displaced because of floods. So they're feeding them like hundreds and hundreds a day. And I too am keen to know, because I don't know what's going to happen with this, but I'm so invested in this because I can hear my father, who lives in a rural community, who said during the event, they forgot about us. They forgot about us. We had to do it. We had to sort ourselves out. Nobody came to help us. So, you know, I can't promise anything, but I've said to Dad, I'm going to try and advocate for you, Dad, for you guys over there in Tūparoa and Reporua. So I'm keen to hear just a little bit more from MOH.
Kia ora tātou. Ko whakawhai tēnei runga te kaupapa o te rānei, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Just from Pinu Pāhau Pā Makarika, just want to say that, I hear Uncle Joe's voice, and ko tāku through this whole process, and one of the researchers for our pā and our land block, is that what it's taught me is that kei a wau, kei a tātou te mana, whakahaere. Ha koa, you know, ngā mana o tēnā kei a wau. And it starts and begins and ends with me and my mokopuna and my tīpuna and kare ko atu, kare ko mai. So I love the research because it gives us taunaki. It gives us information to be able to lobby and to advocate for ourselves. But I refuse to sit here or sit on my parani at Rongi Te Kai and think, victim aho, e hara, kore rawa. So thank you, tēnei te mihi, pīki mihi kia koutou. Holly, Jose, whakapau wera. Haere ki ko atu ki te kōrero tahi ki wā tātou no ngā katoa, horapa i te iwi, horapa i te Tairāwhiti nei. So it's huge, huge mahi. And I just want to say thank you for that, because nā te mahi, ko whakawhaiti ngā kōrero, ka tukina ki te kāwanatanga, and ka whawhai tonu tātou, mo ake tonu atu. So ngā mihi whānau. I'll give it to you now.
Kia ora for that. We probably do feel a little on the spot with the big questions. We want to do our best to try and make a more implementation of this type of work. That's what we want to try and do. We do want to work with NEMA and the National Emergency System. That was why this research was commissioned. It was for the health impacts, but how that could be built into disaster response and emergency. At the local, regional level, that's not our mahi, so it's difficult for us to bridge that, which is where we need the community partnerships. So we want to try and do our best, and we can facilitate that national with the incident management teams at Te Whatuora. I work through COVID-19 response, so we do have links with all that. So we can work on doing at the national level and work how we can help the the local, and the community level, but it is all of us together, I think, trying to not lose that knowledge and that combination of the COVID-19 response. We can see it clearly. It's the same issues, the same solutions, and creativity and community-empowered community were able to do it where we could, the health system could not. So it's coming together, and I think this year we could really make a difference in the way the government, the Ministry of Health works and Te Whatuora works with this. Maybe, it's a very difficult climate up there, down there at the moment.
I think another thing is we asked for a report, but I know Mary and I, one of the key things that we're doing this year that we kind of mentioned was with all of the COVID stuff is doing a reflection session and bringing all the researchers together with people that make policy across the system and people that make decisions across the system to hear from the researchers and from the communities themselves. And I think it's really easy for us in Wellington to read a report, and even if the report is amazing, it's easy to not feel all of it that comes with that. And so we are really keen to work, it's the dissemination, it's how we share the findings in a really meaningful way, in a way that really spurs people to make decisions and to actually action some of those findings. So we're keen to support all of the dissemination stuff that you guys want to do and be thinking about ideas about how we can do that better up across kind of national level stuff as well.
I've got to go this way first. I'll come to you, Phil, sorry.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Every time it rains from heaven. It rains money. I've got no fault with rain. I don't find. I just expect it would rain. I would expect that it would flood. I'd expect that we'd have cyclones. So for me, it's how we make use of it rather than what it does to us. I've travelled through Te Tairāwhiti in my junior years in rain, thick rain, from school home, and you couldn't see. So I had to put my head down on the horse, and the horse makes its way home black, midday, black. So I've got used to the idea that rain happens in Ngāti Porou. I've also got used to the idea that the two bridges were wiped away pre-1925. And I got a vision of that my tipuna put it into place. Abidan put both bridges into place, and both bridges came down. But the last bridge came down the very day it was to be opened. So I think our dreams are a bit mixed up and mashed up. I have to say that I'm one of these people who've got a great handicap now. I never anticipated it, and I never thought it would be so bad to be an old man and to have to go and get my heart repaired. I've tried to get it repaired all my life throughout youth. I found different ways of solving my whole heart problems, and I think you're all acquainted with it. So yes, we do suffer the consequences of being isolated because I'm an old man, he's an old man, and he's my whanaunga just because he lives across the other side of the fence from me, he's got to be a whanaunga. So, because that's how life works, you see. If you belong to a community, you grow a community. So what I'm complaining about, I guess, and it's fundamental to every argument that we've put up in this room that I've heard this morning. It's my privilege to be here because I don't live here. I live in Rotorua. I live there because of convenience. I don't want a high-priced helicopter picking me up in Tairāwhiti, and it's got to wait half an hour to 1 hour to have somebody determine whether I'm the kind of person that ought to be picked up from the floor, put into the plane, transported here to Gisborne, and the doctors to come and do the same inspection, take a look at me, wonder what the heck's wrong with me, and then decide an hour later, oh, I've got to take him to Hamilton. And when I get to Hamilton, I die in Hamilton. What an introduction to life, or a celebration of death. Yes, to have a helicopter pick me up. Okay, we all need all those other services, that's great. So, e homa, I guess you're wondering what my question is going to be. You solve those problems and you solve my question. Let me put it this way. Inanga, kai inanga, that piece of property, it costs $1 million a year to keep it continually repaired. Isn't the sense behind that as you take 10 years for $10 million and just push the thing down? We've got to see the wider vision. And we have to be more, well, I think Ngāti Porou should be occupied by Ngāti Porou. 90% of the devils are outside of Ngāti Porou. What are they doing outside of Ngāti Porou? We should be driving incentives that bring them back to Ngāti Porou. Make them effective as whānau. And that'll make you effective as whānau as well, because you will be living with whānau. Your whānau. They're all living in isolation from us. And that land has got a lot of opportunity. So I'm saying that horticulture is the #1 industry in this country today. Why? Because you're going to have people pouring in month after month, year up, by the millions. And what does that spell? It spells that they need food, they need entertainment, and they need housing, temporary housing. That's going to be the biggest industry, and it already is #1 prior to COVID, I think. It was #1 industry in New Zealand. Outranked sheep, outranked cattle, and almost outranked our own people. The swamp that's happening. It'll continue. It won't reduce. And so e hoama, we have to have a wider vision of how we go about obtaining funds in order to obtain that great future that we need. Some of us fear occupation, that our lands would be taken away from us. Well, Ngata said that 9/10 of occupation is the rule, the law. And then he took all of us out of Ngāti Porou by law again and by recommendation. So Ngāti Porou left. But let's look at the wisdom of that. We Ngāti Porou living outside of Ngāti Porou are making more money than Ngāti Porou making money in Ngāti Porou. Now that equation doesn't fit. Unless you make that adjustment, unless you make occupation of Ngāti Porou a priority, I'm talking to the Māori people here, unless you make it a priority, it's dead, you're dead in the water. Dead, because your whanaungas are not with you, you're believing they're with you. God, that has to be one hell of a dream, to ever imagine that your relations, all these Tibbles, here they are. Artifice the other one. And I gave cause for them, because I'm their tipuna. I'm like him, I'm an 83-year-old. I'm looking forward to a greater future, because I taught my boys education. Education 1, education 2, education 3, just education full stop, forever. Yeah, and 2 of my boys, that's all I gave to this world. 2 boys, they are international managers, and they are earning a lot of money, a hell of a lot of money, compared to me, compared to the rest of my family. And yes, let me tell you what our greatest skill is as Māori. We have lived in rental houses forever and forever and forever. What do you think that creates? It creates home management. What does home management mean? Lots of debts to pay year after year after year. That creates responsibility. So what we've got is an extremely responsible future, because All our management skills are there, and we can develop management as a skill, as an international skill among Māori. And that's what our focus should be. Yeah. Hey, thanks very much for inviting me here, Manu. I would never have come here because I prefer Rotorua. The hospital's there. And I'm 83-year-old and I want to go to hospital day after day after day. But thank you very much for the invitation to come here.
Kia ora, uncle. One more very last short pātai anake.
Oh, kia ora tātou. As you can see, yeah, this is the East Coast rugby cap, of course, and there must be a few East Coast supporters in here. Okay, so ko Reid tōku ringo, ko Te Aroha, taku kāinga. Nō rea, tēnā koe, te rangatira, tēnā koe tō kōrero, tō whakaaro I tēnei wā. Nō reira, me mi ka tika, ki a tātou katoa, ko hara mai nei ki te tautoko o tēnei hui. Ka pai te ki a koe ngā Pākehā me ngā Māori, nō reira, nō mai, haere mai. So I just wanted to, you guys have touched on Pakeke, and I just want to bring up one crucial thing during our interviews. Sorry, I forgot to say, I'm a researcher for Manaki Matakawa up in Te Tairāwhiti. And this was one, yeah, as I said, a crucial one. And, we were happy that it turned out okay. But it was, it was to do with one of our Pakeke, one of our lovely aunties, who got seriously sick, and because the bridge in Te Tairāwhiti was closed, they couldn't get any help to her over the bridge, of course, with the yeah, and so they got hold of the what do you call it? Helicopter. Yeah. Sorry, guys, my memory's breaking down. I must be the oldest fellow in here tonight. Any hands up? I'm 71. Yeah. Yeah. And so they got hold of the helicopter, the chopper, and they had to wait for 2 or 3 hours for that. That's. And the whānau were really concerned about their mother, their auntie, their nanny, because it was serious. I won't say what it was. And, having to wait that long, I just hope, we just hope that something is going to do about to fixing this up. So I thought I'd better, share that with you guys, especially our rōpū up there. Tēnā koe, kia ora.
Can it wait? Can you bail them up at lunchtime, because we're like 15 minutes after where we were supposed to be, sorry. Did want to acknowledge all of the work that's gone into this, acknowledge that it's not just about Gabrielle and about cyclones and weather events, but any disaster preparedness, and about, as communities, how can we be better prepared? How can we maybe even not need to rely on a helicopter because we've got the skills and equipment in our village to take care of those who are in those situations. Not always going to be the case, but we can certainly build our capability in health provision much higher than it is to date. And that might just be first aid courses for everyone to start with, but all of those sort of things, that's the kind of stuff that we hope will come out of this work, and we look forward to seeing what Hawke's Bay provides and how close it is to what this crew have come up with, and the quantitative information from the ministry, and how all of that comes together into one grand narrative that we can use as a tool for advocating for our community, and that the officials can also use in advocating for improving the systems, both at the very local level as well as at the regional and national level. So thank you everybody for your hard mahi, particularly this team who spent a lot of time in our community with a lot of people. And yeah, we will have a shortened lunch, so maybe half an hour, catch up with some folk. And guys, just there is the vegetarian stuff is the hot, it's like the yeah, you'll see it anyway. There's vegan slices there as well. So we'll come back just after 1 o'clock, perhaps. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. And Kane will whakapai te kai.
Go from there. Bye.
Raranga te hau ki te uru, raranga te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina iuta, kia mā taratara i tai. Ka whakapuke ake ai ngā ngaru o te ngaru e, ko ngā pōtiki a hine hopu, e heru mai rā i te mātāra i orehu. Tuatahi ake, kei te mana o tēnei whenua, kei ngauri o Weu Tairāwhiti, tēnā rā koutou kua pāororo nei te reo, kia huihuia mai tātou i tēnei rā. Aoti rā kei ngā bātā waka i wainganui a tātou, kia ora tātou. Ko haukapua nui Weu tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no ngā iwi o te arawa o tūwhare toa, te ati haunui a pāpārangi, Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kahungunu, Aoti kau te motu whānui, hoi anō i tipu ake a hau i rotorua. I tēnei wai e whai ana i te tohu kairangi ki Waipapa tau Matarau. Greetings everybody. My name's Haukapua nui Weu. I'm a PhD student at the University of Auckland in the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And what my kaupapa basically looks at is the resilience of our marae and the infrastructure in response to natural hazards and climate change. And I guess the key motivation for this rangahau, or this research, is the increasing frequency and intensity of these high impact weather events and natural hazard events we've seen lately, but over the course of decades and centuries. When we think about our marae or pā all over the country, what can make our marae susceptible to these kind of events is where they might be geographically located. For example, many of our marae are beside waterways, and so you've got waterborne hazards there, whether that's flooding or the ones on the coast. May have to consider coastal flooding or the impacts of sea level rise and also tsunami. For our rural marae, where there's only one way in or one way out, if that one way does go out, effectively they're isolated, not only the marae but also the associated communities there as well. And as we know, not all of our marae are millionaires, so lack of resources can be another challenge for many marae across the motu, which can result in aged infrastructure or inadequate infrastructure, which isn't ideal in natural hazard events or disasters. But you know, despite all of these things, we've seen time and again our whānau, marae, hapu, iwi still lead the response and contribute hugely to civil defence efforts. And dare I say, as we just heard earlier, sometimes that's not really acknowledged or recognised. And so I guess just jumping into the analysis side of things, the way in which we have done this analysis is kind of on two levels of resolution. So firstly, kind of a zoomed out approach where we look at high-level geospatial hazard mapping all across the country, which kind of looks at how all of these infrastructure networks connect to each other, how marae relate to these infrastructure networks, and then we can overlay hazard data onto that too and see the kind of interconnections between these different networks and critical facilities. Things like hospitals, schools, medical facilities, bank ATMs. And then I guess increasing that level of resolution, we zoom in and work with marae on an individual basis, where we can develop site-specific assessments on the marae in relation to their hazards, in relation to their infrastructure as well. And through this analysis, I guess it can ID some of the key hazards, but also some of their infrastructure needs. But you know, in addition to this, we may have all the scientific data and scientific models, but that doesn't fully capture everything sometimes, which is why it's important to actually go into these marae communities and learn from the people who live and breathe these places and know these places intimately. And I guess from doing it in this way, kind of a broad sense and a zoomed in sense, it can provide insights for that marae individually, but also for many of the other marae across the motu that may share the same challenges or they may be susceptible to similar hazards. So just a quick overview of marae infrastructure. You may already know this, but in most of our urban areas, they're usually connected to all the council systems, so the three water system. They usually have reception and internet, which is all good, and usually most of their roads are nice and sealed. But if we go to our marae out in the rural areas, many of their three water systems are decentralised or essentially kind of self-reliant, so septic tanks, water tanks, we'll start to see things like that. Sometimes there may be no reception or no internet, and usually the roading might be like a dirt track or accessible by four-wheel drive only. And so into the actual exposure analysis itself, so I guess these are all the marae all across the country, all of these white points. And across the country from the data set that we're working on, there's around 870 marae spread across the motu. And so if we just start at the top with tsunami evacuation zones, around 1 in 5 marae across the country are within tsunami evacuation zones. Around 30% are in landslide zones that are induced by earthquakes. In terms of flooding, around 1 in 3 marae across the country. And then liquefaction, just almost about 2 in 5 marae are prone to liquefaction in a design earthquake event. And so if we go through these one by one, we can basically see that Northland pretty much takes the cake here. Around 60 marae in Northland in tsunami evacuation zones. And that's, I think, pretty much all to say here, except for the fact that if you look to Hauraki, Pare Hauraki, the Coromandel area, they are the only 2 marae in the entire country that are within red tsunami evacuation zones, which is pretty scary. If we look at the breakdown of each of the kind of zones that marae are in, we can see that most of them are within yellow tsunami evacuation zones, and that's evident in the map we can see here. And then the rest are in yellow zones, with the exception of those 2 in Hauraki. In terms of landslide susceptibility that's induced by earthquakes, we can see that there's a lot of points here, so we thought we would just take away the very low risk marae, which are the green ones. So if we take those away, we pretty much have all the marae that are in low, moderate and high zones of landslide susceptibility. And what we can see is that around 250 marae across the country are prone to landslides. And we can see that also Waikato and Northland together, if we combine these, they account for over 50% of the landslide susceptibility across the country. Flooding. So this data set here is a NIWA data set. It's pretty much an assortment of different flooding data sets throughout councils, throughout Aotearoa, pretty much combined into one, but they pretty much make up the 100-year flood event. We can see that all over the country, there's about 30% of the marae are exposed to floods. Northland, Waikato, Hawke's Bay, those first 3, you can see there, pretty much the ones that are most exposed. But if we look at Hawke's Bay, which is that 3rd column, you can kind of see that although they have 38 marae within the rohe, they might have about 70, so roughly 50% of the marae within Hawke's Bay are prone to flooding. Also, if we look at Nelson and West Coast on the far right, although they only account for 3 and 1 marae respectively, they have 100% flood exposure. And so that means in the West Coast, of the 3 marae, all 3 of them are flood prone, and within Nelson, 1 of 1 marae is flood prone as well. If we look at liquefaction manifestation, which is basically where we might expect liquefaction to occur in an earthquake, we can see that over 1/3, or around 300 marae, are positioned in these areas across the country. Bay of Plenty takes the cake up the top. We can see that over half of all the marae within the Bay of Plenty are basically prone to liquefaction. And then another thing as well, if we look at Marlborough, which is the kind of the one over here, although it only accounts for 5 marae within the rohe, there's 6 marae within the region, so that's an 83% exposure. And so what does this mean for Te Tairāwhiti? And so I guess if we kind of start with all the marae within the rohe here, there's roughly around 70 marae. Starting with landslides, 10 of those 70 marae are prone to landslides induced by earthquakes. Following on from that, we've got tsunami evacuation zones, so around 1 in 3, which is greater than the national average of 18%, I believe. Flooding, that's pretty much on par with the national average of around 30%. Then liquefaction is probably the most kind of striking statistic from this. So the national average was about 36%, but we see here around 3 in 5 marae across the rohe are prone to liquefaction. But I think, despite all of these numbers and this data and these visuals, it's also important to understand that these models are based on a range of underlying assumptions, different inputs. So, they're not going to be perfect, but I think it's just a good place for us to start and kind of just start that conversation and I guess build the resilience of our whānau hapu iwi marae in the wider community. And so, as mentioned earlier, with that zoomed-in analysis, when we do work with our marae, this is pretty much what we provide them to inform their own marae emergency preparedness plans. So this marae here on the left has got a land liquefaction susceptibility map along with the different infrastructure networks. So if we're lucky enough to get local council data, which is the Three Waters network, and some other data sets, this is kind of an example of the resolution that we can provide to marae that can help them make their own decisions, whether that's relocation or if they need a water tank or just some other redundancy options that can improve their resilience. And just, I guess, touching on that, some of the qualitative feedback or the kōrero that we've kind of gathered from speaking to many of the people is that redundancies or backup options are definitely things that all of our marae want to become self-sufficient and therefore not reliant on council infrastructure if it does go out. So as an example, simple things, even though if it's like a water tank for water storage, that can still buy time to find solutions for other things, energy supply, solar, backup generators, and also Starlink for communication, which has been a bit of a buzzword lately, and it's been cool to hear all of our nans and koros talking about Starlink. That's been a pretty cool one. And then lastly, emergency pods have seen a little bit of mahi around the emergency pods, which has kind of all of these kind of different things all in one kit, and it can be in a container on site the marae. I've seen that Ngaitahu have gotten all of that for all of their marae down south, so imagine what it would be like if all of our marae across the country were kitted out with these things, because our marae are set up perfectly to host people. We're good at it thanks to cultural imperatives such as tangihanga, whānau hapu and iwi easily mobilise, and we've seen that as a skill set within disaster management, disaster response. So I think that concludes most of my presentation, but I just wanted to quickly invite up one of our aunties who we've been working with at Te Arawa Lakes Trust through doing some of this marae emergency preparedness mahi, and I guess the interface of research and I guess the on-the-ground work. So I'd just like to pass the mic to my auntie just to make some brief comments before passing it over to Alden. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Miri Verko. Haukapua Nui obviously is my nephew, but does anyone have any questions for him first? Okay. So I work for Te Arawa Lakes Trust. Some of you may know my sister Karen Verko, who's now gone and is working in DIA. What she kind of suggested would be really good for us is that we actually, because we have so many marae in Te Arawa, we really need to resource them, and in a case of an emergency or in a case of a natural disaster. So I have there's a team of us. My colleagues Kim and Tony are out the back, sitting over there. And so for this last week, we have just come from our whānau Ngāti Kahununu, and also with Waylon at Tai Whenua, and we've just been sitting and learning, unfortunately, from your fellows' experiences. So first and foremost, I just want to acknowledge that we feel what our whānau say too, and we definitely are hearing you, but we'd just like to say thank you for allowing us this opportunity to be here. Both Sonny and his, Haukapua Nui and his brother Sonny is also doing his PhD as well, and he's doing his PhD on our wharenui structures. And we just happened to be having a cup of tea one day, and then they were like, oh, Auntie, what project are you fellas on to now? And then when I told them, they were like, oh, well, this is what we want to do for our PhDs. So, ding, 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 collaboration. So we started our marae project in October last year. We are working alongside 24 of our marae, and we are assisting them and helping them to put together some plans in case of an emergency. So, kia ora koutou.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Eldon. I'm humbled to be here, everyone. Can I just give another round of applause for Ho and his auntie? Just one more time. I just want to acknowledge his efforts. I know just talking to him before, he was a little bit worried, but after looking at his presentation and after you see mine, his is polished. His is his is why he's a PhD and I'm just working. But I just want to acknowledge it's not easy being Māori and being an engineer and getting there. So I just want to at least say to keep going, brother. Carry on. And what a wonderful topic you have for your PhD to give back to your whānau. So that was my little intro. I'll break it to you now. Nothing in my presentation's technical. I'll keep it simple only because I'm that type of person. My research journey, and I put that in quotation marks because it's quite loose research. It started really with the nanny calling me and say, oh, Eldon, what are you doing? Come up and give us a hand. I was always going to anyways. I'm based in Auckland. My nanny is in Tolaga. I went to primary school in Tolaga Bay, and I have a huge amount of connections and ties with Tairāwhiti, so I love coming home. So when I landed, yes, I was late. I was that person that was announced this morning. Our flight was delayed. I was just happy to be here, but also happy to contribute to this kaupapa, this kōrero that's happening. And if there's anything, I hope to just add what's already been said and add a little bit of value to it. I want to start with how I got involved, and I want to encapture it in this saying, see a need, fill a need. And it is as simple as that. I know it's see a need, fill a need. And like I said, had a number of calls and texts from not only Nanny, but all the aunties. And within a week of Gabriel, I had a list of people that I should go see and visit. I'm a geotech engineer, by the way, so obviously there's a lot of need. So I was happy to, no doubt about it. I was happy to come home, happy to come back, and happy to support. So my presentation's a lot of pictures, a lot of stories, a lot of people that I've really just given general advice as a nephew, as a moko. But from it, there's been some powerful learnings that I feel is probably worth touching on today. I've got a few bullets there of the different type of stories that I'll talk through, but I want to touch on this coordinated alliances. So this coordinated alliance, this is nothing new to Māori. We had coordinated alliances way back before even Pākehā were here, right? And when they were here, we were still having coordinated alliances. And the thing about this is it's all about strategy. It's a strategic alliance between groups of people. So it may be between Māori, it may be between non-Māori, it may be between who's got the most muskets, who's got the most horses, who, in some cases, in some stories, who's got the most beautiful wahine. But in any case, this coordinated alliances is important because you're relying on other people to get somewhere. And in most cases, you're relying on people who know something that you don't know. And something of value or something as a professional, something that I can do is give general advice or provide some quick analysis just off the top of my head and say, I wouldn't do that. I do something like that. So as I'm going through these stories, that's kind of my kōrero and my involvement and how I got involved. Shortly after Gabriel, Professor Liam Witherspoon, he messaged me. We've done some work up along Tairāwhiti, and he was like, "Oh, how's your whānau? Did you see the marae we were doing some work at?" I was like, "Yep, they're all good. And what can we do?" So there immediately is a strategic or a coordinated alliance. It just happened organically. He knows me. He knows where I'm from. He's asking, "Hey, how's my whānau?" So from there we just linked, and I was like, "Oh, I'm heading there next week." He's like, "Oh, I can help. I can help with fuel. I can help with anything." And I was like, "Oh, I'll be fine with that." I took my annual leave days and I was away. And it was as simple as that. See a need, fill a need. So it started off with those conversations with Liam. I then was linked with Mike, who is also a past lecturer of mine. And then I met up with Manu, who I can't see, but yeah, it was grateful. These are all part of this coordination, these efforts, and aligning with the right people to move in the right direction. Cool. So, someone recognizes this. Janina Kopua, this is her whare, and this is the Kopua whare that's, I would say, 5 generations in Tolaga. And I don't want to, like, a lot of raw emotions there, and but she was just so grateful. I said, "Yes, I'll come check it out. I'm here. Why not?" So just the emotion she had and her walking through her whare and how it was impacted. You can see, the pictures are going to speak for themselves. You can see the silt behind in the background. You can see her main whare right here. And then under the floorboards, so you had to rip these up, as you can see, to see how much of the buildup of silt is there. And, we're talking, no small feat to remove all this. But myself and another person that I'll mention here, another coordinated alliance, Manaya, who's a Ngata, also another local boy, we were able to visit this on this day when I took these photos, and we were able to provide some simple support immediately. And he was also able to mobilize some diggers and some ways to wash out the silt. So that to me in a story in itself even though I wasn't doing much, just by being there and supporting her, that meant a lot to me. And I know it meant a lot to her. And since then, I've helped her engage with the right geotech that can help. So, coordinated alliances. A little bit closer to home on the left is our awa, you'll see there. So this is the bank of our whenua. Before Gabriel, it would be quite a popular spot to launch my flounder net. You can't do that no more, as you can see. But this is something that you regularly see all along the coast, all along our awa. What can be done? Well, you need geotech engineers to help. You need that expert to give some advice. So what I've found as I was doing this mahi around Tolaga, it was as simple as some general guidance. This is what you should do. Talk to these people. I'm here. Phone call. Give me a text. And that alone, just you could see that they were grateful and they were happy. Moving over to the right, this is Tiniroto Road. This was recently on the news, actually. Obviously, the road, as you can see here, you've got both underslip, so below the road, and you've got overslip. So you've got the fall of not only the road sort of being washed away, the risk there, but also the most, I guess the biggest hazard would be the falling rocks. You can't really see the rocks there, but that actually goes as high as about 120 meters. So these cliff faces or these bluffs along Tiniroto Road obviously were affected, and it has displaced and disrupted the community on the other side. And consequently, they've got to actually take a different route. I do want to touch on, and it ties in with Waiho and I were sort of tag team was with marae. As you see here, Hinamodie, which is just outside of Tolaga. Interesting here with this, Hinamodie decided, and it was actually a good idea at the time. They built these, what you call earth bunds or flood bunds, right? To prevent the flood. So they were aware that it was a potential risk. And they also had a redundancy. They actually had a pump station. This is it here. You can kind of see it here. So when Gabriel hit, the waters were so rapid and so high, it breached this. And unfortunately, the system in place for that breach, it didn't work. The pumps were never used. It was never maintained. So it was an unfortunate thing, even though it was there was some resilience built in, but it just didn't work. But what key lessons there are to take for them as a whānau? So Manaia and I also, we inspected this, and there is a plan currently going on with, they've already rebuilt to a stage that they can use it, but they just can't overnight. That's the current status that this marae is in. But there, as a hapu and as a whānau, have to make a decision, what do they want to do long term? Another reason why you would have coordinated alliances to help you find out those answers. What is the best solution? I want to spend a bit of my time with Puketawai Marae, only because they've engaged us really early to get involved, and also I want to walk through some of those steps because I thought it was quite beneficial, and it's probably something that can be used in any other marae. So as you can see here, Puketawai was inundated and was affected. What you can't see here is how new that Wharenui is. It's about 2 months new. So yeah, quite a sad, devastating position to be in as a whānau, as hapu, and seeing something, all that time and effort to make a decision to demolish the old marae and then reconstruct a new one, and then only have something like this to happen, right? But one of the beauties that I saw as a marae trust and as a witness looking from outside in is that this trust didn't let this stop them. They just moved on. Meaning they didn't want to just feel sorry for themselves and wait. They made decisions for themselves that will empower them to make their own decisions. And that's my involvement. So this coordinated alliance with a project manager, Manaia Nata, he was the project manager for the reconstruction. And myself as an engineer, being roped in from the nannies and the aunties, I was there. And whether we like it or not, local council should be part of that alliance. And there's a reason why. Because ultimately they are the gatekeepers of a lot of things. So it was important, particularly for Manaia and myself, to make sure that we have them along with whatever decisions we will ultimately make or help the marae make. So, and then obviously the need, which in this case was the Puketawai board, the trust. So as I mentioned before, the trust, they were just proactive with doing things. They just wanted to get things, yes, it happened, okay, we'll feel sorry for ourselves for one day, move on. And that's what they did. So when we inspected the marae, I think it was maybe 2 weeks out, it was the actions or the steps were simple. 3 things. You could do nothing. Just clean it all up, put up the plasterboards, there it is. Just remove it, just gut it. You can do nothing. You can raise the marae, or you can move it. It was as simple as that. So that was the advice that we, at a real high level, myself and Manaya gave to the board. And as a geotech engineer looking at the place, I'll say, yeah, these are the two spots I'd put it, there and there. That was our feasibility. We moved on to the feasibility report that they said, hey, Eldon, can you and your company do that? I was like, that wasn't my intent, but I was there. We already had an alliance. We already had these discussions, so I did. So it was simple for me because I'm now in a position with 15 years experience as a technical director. I've got some graduates, or I've got some other younger junior engineers, right? So when I go back, I was like, okay, you three, you're helping me with this. Do it now. It was. I know it sounds simple, but it was as simple as that. When I'm in a position like this to make changes rapidly. So it was, the only reason why I want to bring that up is it was important because I'll tell you now, none of the geotech companies or the engineers, they were just pulled everywhere throughout all the region. So we already had a shortage of expertise locally, right? Going back to one of the ladies, her question of, what do we do about this? My whakaaro on that is that we have to, the solutions should come from us, should come from home. So that's why Tautoko, my brother over here, to have Māori in engineering, to have more of us going back home and doing more. So I'll just quickly run through this. So 2017 is when they decided to make, and it wasn't a simple decision, I'm sure. They decided to demolish the old one and construct a new one. And this was elements from the geotech report. Now, moving forward to what we were doing is we were identifying geotechnical hazards, but just all hazards in general. So if you're going to move a marae, are you going to introduce more hazards by having it closer to a hill that's unstable? So those are the type of conversations, or those are the type of high-level thoughts engineers can provide quite quickly that I was able to do and provide. And both myself, me, and Manaya were able to help Puketawai to go through those and to empower them to take it back to their whānau and let them decide of what they want to do. This is what I was saying. Yes, we could just raise the marae, but what will that do? Will the people still, will the whānau still have access? Probably not. So you're sort of thinking, okay, if there's if the same event happened and the marae is raised, how would people access this? So those are the other questions that we talked about and things that needed to be assessed. I also mentioned about, you'll see the post Gabriel landslides observed in those circles. Just coming to the tail end of my presentation, but I just wanted to, I had a few key points I just wanted to read off. And this is talking about Indigenous people in general, but obviously applies to Māori. Indigenous peoples worldwide share deep social, cultural, and spiritual ties to their land. This connection exposes us to multiple and diverse challenges and diverse challenges of the changing climate. But what I witnessed since Gabrielle is that we're not being passive or static victims of climate change. That as Māori, we want to be proactive, but sometimes we just don't know how to do that or who we talk to. Hence why this coordinated alliance is so important. I just want to end off with something a bit personal. It's sort of sidestepping from Gabriel, but my professional experience, more than half of my professional experience is found in underground tunnels. After Auckland University, I got a job in Waihi, and they sent me straight into the underground as a geotech engineer. And as you can imagine, you know, being underground, and everyone asks me, oh, why do you do that? You know, isn't it dangerous? But this is an example of an underground tunnel that could be as deep as 2 kilometers underground. I just want to share with you, as geotech, when something goes wrong, or in a particular mine that I was in Australia, they have what they call a seismic event, which is like mini earthquakes. And they weren't so mini. They're enough to evacuate the whole mine. So as these events happen, you have everyone evacuating. So who do you think has to go in? You're looking at him. I'm going in. Well, is my life any less valuable to them? Of course not. I've got 4 kids to feed. You know, my wife expects me to be home. But so what was it that enabled me to go down and assess things? It's about knowledge and about what are the perceived and the actual risks and hazards. So I guess I wanted to share this as an analogy. And to my earlier point is I believe the solution is with us. I believe the solution starts with our own children. I've got 4 boys, and I don't care if they're engineers or road workers. What I would like them to do is if they see a need, they fill a need. Kia ora, brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Man, yeah, Rawe, thank you, Korua. The talent and just that idea of us having the solutions, you know, you can see it right here. What really strikes me about your guys' kōrero is that it's not just that you're able to walk in 2 worlds, you're actually really bringing the fullness of your world up through the mahi that you do. So, yeah, the benefits that has for all of us is just massive. So, yeah, thank you, ngā mihi. And speaking of us having the solutions, the next kōrero we're about to hear is a project called the Deliberative Democracy. Kau has. Oh yeah, okay, goodbye. We've got a little bit of time up our sleeves, so before we move on, I think the slides are out of order, but we'll sort that out. While we're sorting that, any pātai for these 2? Yeah, there is.
Just trying to see if. Yep. Oh, okay. If it was what, sorry? Yeah, no, it didn't. So it didn't. The short answer is no, it didn't. It didn't consider the flood to get to that level. And the whānau didn't either as well. And to your point, you know, it caught everyone by surprise, right? Like a lot of other things. And they decided to be proactive with that and decide, you know, what are our options? What's on the table? What can we do? And those were the 3 things I said that we talked about. You can do nothing, you can lift it, you can move it. Based on the constraints that they had. Sorry. Oh, yep. So yeah, you're now talking about the realm of, as engineers, we deal with the data sets, right? So we will extract what current data is there. So if, for example, Bowler is probably the data set we would use to determine what would be the flood level. But we know the level of Bowler was surpassed with Gabriel, right? So yeah, the short answer is no, and probably it wouldn't have helped. Does that make sense? But now we do know, right? Now we know we've got Gabriel as a baseline. What do? Well, we won't be putting it lower than Gabriel level, right? Hopefully that answers your question. not sure if I understand. What consideration for taonga, whakaaro? In the assessment? I'm not sure if I'm going to answer it, it's going to answer your question. But from a geotech perspective, all we're trying to assess are what are the risks that can impact the building. And yeah, so I'm not sure if that's answering your question at all. Unless someone else wants to try and articulate what is. Yeah. Yeah.
In Taharora Marae as a result of Gabriel's water damage. And so in order to carry out that assessment in relation to our taonga and our whare at Taharora Marae, we engaged Professor Robert Yonke from Massey University to come and have a look so that he can make that assessment. His report's probably 2 weeks away. So that's the way my committee deals with being able to make those kinds of decisions on what is the treatment plan in relation to water damage. Kia ora.
And we've got apartheid down here.
Would you work with Te Arawa Lakes in a coordinated alliance? Thank you.
We got our answer, short and sweet. Ka pai. Make. Oh. Kia ora and Coordinated Alliance, here we go. That way. Okay, we did have our slides out of order because you heard from the awesome Rasta team from Te Punaha Matatini this morning. Kia ora anō, Michael and co. But up next we have our Deliberative Democracy for Climate Adaptation project. And I believe Dr. Terry Loomis is going to come and speak to us about that. Kia ora, Terry. Or Anne Harley.
Kia ora everyone. I need to keep this nice and close. So, we have Phil and Tarquin. And Sheena, you're welcome to come up too. Oh, come on up, come on up. Yeah, kia ora everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce the Deliberative Democracy for Climate Adaptation project. We had a great team involved in this project. We had a small and awesome team of community-based researchers. I was the project coordinator, and Terry Loomis was the designer, trainer, and chief analyst for the project. So for our presentation today, Terry is going to give an overview of the project, key findings and recommendations that came out of our report. And then he's going to talk briefly about next steps. And we're going to welcome the community researchers up to talk about their role and their experiences and learnings. And if there's time, we'll answer a few questions from the audience, from yourselves. So a little bit about Terry. Terry holds an MA from Auckland University and a PhD in economic anthropology from the University of Adelaide. In his earlier life, he was a community developer and an economic development director for Prairie Island Dakota tribe in Minnesota. After migrating to Aotearoa, New Zealand in the 1970s, Terry worked as a research consultant before becoming Professor of Development Studies in the School of Māori and Pacific Development at Waikato University. After several years at Waikato, he accepted a position as Principal Social Policy Analyst in Wellington until semi-retiring a decade ago. So I'd like to welcome Terry to up the front.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā hau e wha, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko Lagrange te maunga, ko te parirau o Whero o Dakota, te marae, ko te matua o ngā wai, te awa. Anybody? I'm from Minnesota. That should give you a clue. The father of waters, Mississippi, te awa. Ko Joseph Loomis, te iwi. Ko today, ko Kaiti, te rohi. I see some neighbors are here as well from the rohe. Kia ora. Let me start by just giving a brief background to our study. You'll see that we're shifting here in terms of focus to this project, because we're now talking about communities, not just reacting to the cyclone and to similar events, but we're talking about communities that may or may not have started thinking about the future. And we've got a few examples that we've just had here. So let me give a bit of a background to what got started, how we got started with this project. And I should say, by the way, I'm going to try to speak rather slowly because I was with a couple of people the other day, and one was a Scot, and one was from England, and one was from here, and they were talking about the weather and about what the meat service was telling us was going to be the future. And I said, look, I've been here for 40 years, and I still can't understand what the meat service has to do with predicting the weather. So if I'm speaking too quickly with my American accent, I'll try to go deliberately and slowly. Also, I tend to elaborate on presentations like this one. So I've got a script in front of me that's 3.5 pages long, and I'm going to look at it. I've been warmed by the rest of the team. Local authorities, I think most of you, and certainly from local government, you'll know this, local authorities throughout Aotearoa, New Zealand, have been given the responsibility for working with communities and businesses to develop plans. The central government is doing it, and also mandated local authorities to develop plans for mitigating emissions and to begin to adapt and transition toward a different way of doing things in regard to predicted increase in climate change effects. In early 2023, the Gisborne District Council commissioned to Weu to investigate ways communities could be supported to do their own adaptation planning, and also at the same time to contribute to region-wide adaptation planning. So the first thing we did was undertake a literature review, and you may hear in subsequent discussion a little bit about what came out of that in terms of deliberative democracy. The review noted, among other things, that local planning processes, of course, are much more effective when they actually achieve involve the people that are being affected. The review noted that deliberative democracy approaches, which have been growing in popularity internationally, like some of you may have heard of citizen assemblies. Anybody here? Yes, I see a lot of heads nodding. They can take different forms, but for those of you who haven't heard about this mystical event, it's actually a gathering of representative people from across a rohe or a region. And the trick of getting those together, well, it's a trick. And some experts, particularly at Auckland University, have been exploring techniques and ways of doing this that are quite effective. It's a key to getting the deliberative democracy to work. Second thing to get the thing to work is a great facilitator, because everybody there is going to have different ideas. It's like a jury, if I can put it that way. It's where citizens from a region, a rohe like Tairāwhiti, come together and hear all sorts of data and information and expertise about a particular question. And we have toyed around with a tricky sort of question that we might put to them. But needless to say, you'll know that the one we've played with has to do with how do we empower how does the local authority, in this case, district council, and other stakeholders support input and empowerment from local communities to contribute to adaptive planning and to actually give effect to their own type of adaptation. So that's what we came up with, the message we came up with in our background literature review. So if we can go to slide number 2. I got my slide person down here. So Te Weu, in consultation with several of the key council staff, developed a 2-phase project. The first phase was a series of community case studies about reacting to, in this case, Gabriel, and starting to do thinking about adaptation, which is what I'm reporting on and we're reporting on today. And the second phase was to be a one or more deliberative democracy exercises. So obviously the first phase, the purpose was to document how communities are recovering from Cyclone Gabriel and what they're doing to plan, adapt, and transition to a more resilient future. Sounds pretty broad and ambitious. Secondly, the phase 2 is to organize and trial a deliberative democracy, Tairāwhiti Citizen Assembly, to support community-led decision-making. And I should emphasize here, if I don't say it at the end, there's a flow here, a trail that we are following from, and this, I think, partly addresses the question that was raised this morning about how do you give effect to the research. The first stage is what I'm reporting on now, and that's the research. The second stage is the research is, well, in terms of these traveling road shows the last few days, it's being disseminated out to the communities that were part of the research process. I'll say a little bit more about that toward the end. And then that information that we've gathered, the results, which I will be trying to summarize very quickly, will be fed into that deliberative democracy exercise. That is, it will be going to the bigger picture of representative panel, if you will, of say 30 or 40 people from around the country, around the region, who will come up with recommendations based on this input from our research as well as other experts in this field of adaptive planning, and they will then be charged with coming up with specific recommendations to the council for action. So that's the sequence of the research. All right, we can go on to the next slide about the methodology, which I'm going to be reasonably brief about, but if you want to talk about the methodology, a lot of what the group on health and well-being this morning talked about resonated very much. It sounded, I would say we were probably the Reader's Digest version of the methodology that you guys used, but a very similar sort of approach. In terms of the team, I must say that we were able to recruit a team at very short notice, except for a late one who came in a little bit later, Phil, but was a good team member as well. When we finally got you up to speed. But we followed some of the similar methodology. We started by talking about the design, then we scheduled a day-long training session. Then we had regular weekly Zoom meetings where we sort of updated one another on what the progress was. And then midway through, we all got together and had a mid-course analysis day, we all learned what we thought we were doing and analyzed the initial results from the interviews. And then at the end, we all came together again and had a day-long where we analyzed the findings and again went through the coding process, the themes we identified, and et cetera. So very similar sort of thing. One thing we did, and I think you mentioned, I think one of you mentioned the snowball recruitment of interviewees. We ran into the same problem. There isn't any nice, we were talking about 3 different communities here, and those 3 case study communities, Midway, Matakawa, and Gisborne City Disability Community, none of them had statistics that nicely fed in and gave us a chance to do a random sample selection. So we also did the sort of snowballing networking effect, starting with our own personal contacts and then networked out from there. And then had some guidelines that we developed among ourselves about how we would make decisions about which people to interview. I must say that the statistical profiles in the case of the 2 outlying communities, they're located within census areas, which are obviously a bit broader than just Midway or Matakawa. So, but we use the guidelines as sort of a guide to our selection of men and women and Māori and Pākehā and so on. So we tried to do the best that we sort of could. So I think maybe we go on to the next slide. In terms of the key inquiry areas, we were guided by 6 key questions. In order to provide input, I remind you, to the Citizen Assembly, these are the sorts of issues which we thought would be relevant to a Citizen Assembly informing the local government about how to empower communities. First question was, what works in promoting and sustaining participation in adaptation planning and implementation? And again, we could have gotten off on details about what kind of planning and so on, which we kind of touched on in the third question. The second one was, what are the barriers to individuals, whānau, and groups participating in community and council adaptation planning? Third, what alternative approaches might there be to community planning that might be appropriate to particular groups or particular sectors of the community, groups with particular needs? Fourthly, how can communities obtain the information, skills, resources they need to recover and to plan when they need that information? And we talked about what do you do with that information once you get it, which is a tricky question I hope we can discuss afterwards. And then fifthly, how can communities recognize and engage powerful interests outside the community, usually, that have the ability to influence, either intentionally or unintentionally, the future adaptation of those communities? And they may be forestry interests or farming interests or whatever. And then finally, how do communities get central government and local government to engage with and embrace citizen participation and trust community-led planning actually works? And we thought it was kind of an afterthought, I think, when we put that question out. We thought, well, it should be fairly obvious. It should be the top, yeah, it should be the first priority question, because you sort of take for granted. But perhaps from a stakeholder point of view, it may not be sort of taken for granted. So we raised those kind of questions. Now, let me just highlight quickly some of the important points or insights that emerged with some selected findings. And I emphasize these are broad brushstroke across all 3 of the communities. So each one of the communities is different. They would have a different profile, but these were the sort of broad ones. And in the report, you'll see that there are major findings, and then there are a whole bunch of secondary findings that we captured. And we too followed the experience that in your report with lots of examples and statements and stories, which we can't obviously I won't capture here. You've much better job of presenting those. So firstly, what works in promoting and sustaining participation in adaptation planning and action? A number of people stressed the importance of recognizing and utilizing existing skills in the community so that people have a sense, not that they're going through a process, but that what they're doing and the time that they're spending actually makes a difference. That was one of the key messages that came through. Secondly, using personal networks and social media to spread the word about climate change and the importance of preparing for future impacts was another insight. And then thirdly, adaptation planning and action is more likely to be well supported when an existing local group puts its hand up that has some standing and experience in the community, that puts its hand up and says, we'll initiate, we'll take the lead, rather than going into the community and saying, what are we going to do and how do we get things started? Right. In terms of barriers to participation in community adaptation and action, interviewees observed that people in economically disadvantaged communities or with special needs frequently lack the time, the resources, the support immediately to be able to participate in organized community planning over a period of time. You might show up for one meeting, might be a big event, but in terms of that long-term ongoing engagement, that's a big barrier. And again, I emphasize particularly those communities. And we need to recognize that, and they need to be resourced, both in terms of personnel and funding, to be able to overcome that kind of barrier. Now I'm getting into the recommendations. That's over to the Citizens Assembly. Communities often lack the organizing skills and resources to undertake their own planning without some kind of external support. Now that's a tough balancing act between getting some outside expert to come in and do it for us, but also recognizing that we do have skills and needs that we have to fill in terms of facilitating this planning process, getting the information and making sense of it in terms of thinking about our future. And then finally, the third one that I picked out, people give little credence to being involved in a planning process unless they actually see that what they're coming up with gets attention by the authorities and is recognized as having some validity. So it's that can be a barrier to people's. We've heard things in the interviews. Oh, the council doesn't listen to us. Nothing happens. Doesn't go anywhere. There's a little bit of cynicism about participating. All right, alternative approaches to community planning for groups with different perspectives. Community-based planning can be more effective when it builds on what households and whānau and groups within the community are already doing, rather than saying, it's a blank sheet and nothing's happening, and we'll start planning sort of from the top down for the community. There are lots of things happening. I can think in my community itself, there are people who are gardeners. I'm one of them. I've got these crazy raised beds that I don't know what to do with it half the time. I was just talking to somebody in the holiday. This is an example of literally bottom-up taking advantage of planning and adapting. Who would have known? I lived in a lifestyle block for 10 years. Who would have known with the raised beds that I have to keep my raised beds regularly covered with plastic sheets, tents, to keep the rain off, keep the water off. And then I'm coming into a season now where I have to make sure I get the plastic tents off and get the sunscreen over all my raised beds because the sun is so intense and the heat is getting so, and I'm just one of those IT gardeners who's trying to get food security, And a lot of that it was going on, and people did refer to local knowledge and local experience and local awareness of how things were changing on the ground with gardening and with horticulture and so on. The whole area of food security will be affected. So anyway, I've done what I said I wasn't going to do. I went off. All right. So alternative approaches includes, for some communities, a multifaceted approach to raising climate awareness might be more effective. Usually we see either social media or mainstream media focused campaigns or protest groups or whatever, just campaigning about climate change. But the wisdom that came from the interviews was that maybe we need a different type of more complex and multifaceted approach to get people aware of climate change. And there were several examples, including local events and local gatherings and barbecues and any events in the community that happen that you can build on as opposed to just having a media campaign. And finally, groups like the disabled community or extended whānau require diverse outreach methods and online technology if we're really going to be serious about engaging these communities in an ongoing way in adaptation planning. Right, moving on to the next one, improving support so that communities can have the information, skills, and resources when they need them. Interviewees mentioned that, and I think this was we heard this I think a number of times, that trusting that communities know their local situation well, and probably the best in the final instance, and can, with appropriate upskilling and resources, lead their own planning process. Now that doesn't mean that they don't listen and take advantage of all the technical knowledge that's around. Secondly, schedule regular engagement opportunities between the council. Remember, this is who the research is by and for in the final instance. Regular opportunities between council and communities to progress climate adaptation rather than, for example, occasional consultations. Relationship building so that there is, when the crisis events happen, that relationship is there to build on. Finally, improve information sharing and cooperation between the council and other stakeholders around community-led adaptation. I had a couple of questions, and this is one of them that I'm going to throw out for. Don't yawn. One of my researchers, she's heard this before. I do have a question, which, sorry, Sina. Here's a question that we might want to consider in discussion. Given reports about faster climate change, and if you don't want to hear about climate change and what's happening out there today or yesterday, don't go on Twitter or whatever. I mean, it's just report after tipping point after record broken this year. Today, yesterday, ocean levels. Anybody? Ocean temperatures, right? This year on track. Have you seen the graphs? They're the highest they've been in human history this year. There's a danger that the Atlantic circulation might stop in the next couple of months or years. I won't go on. At any rate, just the question I raised in my mind was about what I was just saying about improving access to information. And the more extreme events that we will be experiencing. I wonder if it isn't time for Tairāwhiti to accelerate adaptation planning and transition thinking. I know we're talking about this, and you hear it from here, but I think, I'm just wondering, as a region, isn't it time that we actually, well, I don't know, think World War II, Isn't it time we really mobilize rather than just, talk and plan? Perhaps we should be supporting and highlighting, and we were talking about, a couple of us was talking about this during the break. As an example, and I think because we talked with these 3 communities, what about some demonstration communities where we actually take some of the research that we're hearing about today from a well-being point of view, from a technology point of view, and actually pull those all together and feed those to a community. And then a challenge comes up. What do you do about all the information overload for those communities? But it would be great to see how they solve that problem. Up your way, Phil, or whatever, plenty of information. Maybe we should have some demonstration communities that just say, this is how to do it, like skyrockets going off. You can do this, you can do that. Just a question. What's stopping us from doing that? All right, next, identifying and engaging powerful corporate interests or individuals that might influence the community. And I'm thinking particularly rural communities, or suburbs, but this is something in my way in the past community development experience. Communities often overlook the fact that they're not just they're not on their own, like Midway or whatever. And you guys, I know, have very influential people nearby you up on that white thing with New York background who have the potential to influence your adaptation for good or bad. So that's important. Communities, we interviewed and people suggested that communities could network, particularly community leaders, network and get conversations started about who these outside influences are. Sometimes they're well known. And then the insight came from the interviews where interests are aligned between community and these interests. It's probably better to shift from an adversarial point of view to collaboration, those partnerships we were hearing about a few minutes ago. For mutual benefit. And then finally, often obtaining assistance from a range of sources like academics with relevant research interests, community organizers, and there are a few really experienced groups and individuals around the country who've got experience in helping facilitate these sorts of experiences. All right, and then the next one, I think might be the last. How do communities get central and local government to recognize the importance of community-led adaptive planning? Now, one of the things I can say about this, if you think, what's that a response to? I don't think I think it was on the public record, so that a year ago when we did a presentation about the potential for this project, was a question raised when we made the presentation to the council. A couple of, and I've heard this before, a couple of councillors said, well, about participation of citizens in the business of the council, other than coming and making a submission. And a couple of the comments were, well, wait a minute, that's our business. People elect us for 3 years. And you trust us, you elected us, we'll make the decisions for you. And that's called representative democracy. It's a little bit different from the other type, which we're talking about here, which is participatory democracy. And this project would lead more in the direction of probably a more effective participatory democracy. We'll see what happens in the next phase, but at any rate. Communities could, for example, do their own homework, find out what other communities have done, and acquire the basics of community-led adaptation themselves. I think the phrase we kicked around at one stage in one of the meetings was, don't wait for the state. It's not our phrase, it's somebody else. Community leaders could publicize and spread the word about successful adaptation planning and again, it's highlighting successes. And finally, establishing partnerships with key stakeholders based on transparent terms that could lead to successful projects. I'll stop with a final question about that whole area. Where there are highly motivated communities or groups who want to fast-track climate adaptation planning, perhaps Tairāwhiti needs a few experienced, independent community organizers or facilitators. I would suggest there may be a gap there. We're getting advice, we're getting information, we're getting funding to communities. I think Midway got some funding, other communities got some funding to start thinking. I'm wondering whether there's a facilitation gap in assisting communities who haven't actually got the sort of expertise and so on, and not relying on something else. Anyway, I'll conclude with some next steps, will I? Tell me when you press the button. Okay, thank you. Just to let you know, and I've already hinted at this, community adaptation research has been concluded, our community study. We have a report. It was completed just before Christmas, and the council, I think, has seen the draft copies. We're in the process of having Community Hui, the roadshow that we're doing to feed back to the communities. We're sharing findings with public forums like this one, and we will be doing a presentation and discussion with the council later this month, I think. The next stage will be organizing one or more of the deliberative democracy assemblies and accelerating community-led regional adaptation planning. That's the longer-term organizing, getting communities to actually give effect to that. We'll see what comes from that. I'm going to stop, and I'm going to turn it over to Phil, Harley, who's going to facilitate the panel.
Thanks, Terry. So could I invite our community researchers up to the front, please? Sorry, I'm still learning how to use this mic, so I apologise if I'm going in and out. Terry, you're welcome to come up too. Just as they're getting settled, I just wanted to sort of highlight a couple of things here. So this presenting in the report back to council, that's going to happen on on the 28th of February, so that's coming up quite soon. And I'm aware that the report has another kind of next step in there. So there's basically an opportunity for the council to then digest the findings and receive the presentation, and then there'll be a subsequent report back to councillors from staff, and hopefully with input from our team as well, about more finer grain recommendations and responses to what's in our community-led report. So there's a kind of watch this space in terms of how the council responds. Definitely there's the phase 2 citizens assembly that Terry has explained, but there's also another sort of feedback loop where the council responds to the findings of the report. So I'd like to just acknowledge who we have up on the stage. We've got Phil Reid and Sheena from Matakawa, Tarquin Stone from Midway, and we were going to have Tarina Timu, who has been working with our disabled community in Gisborne City. Unfortunately, she's, like all of us, is very busy. She actually drives the Sunshine bus on a Friday, and she couldn't get out of that for our event today. So she's sent her apologies But yeah, just wanted to note that she was awesome, and we had a presentation to the disabled community that occurred yesterday around lunchtime, and Tarina presented to that, and we had, I don't know, 50, 60 people in the room, and some great feedback, great support, and a real call for action resulting from the report. So, and just to also mention some of the other researchers, who do we have? I've got the list. From Midway, we had Candice and I'm having a mind blank, sorry, after lunch. Pardon? Kyle, yes, yes. And I think that's everyone. Yeah, so Phil and Sheena. And we're going to start with just an opportunity for our researchers to introduce themselves and just to give an overview of their communities and their experience through this process. So, who would like to kick off? Okay.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Tarquin and I'm a researcher from Midway. We are a small but growing coastal village. We're made up of 65 homes, and fortunately we were not as heavily affected by Cyclone Gabrielle as some of our other communities. But it did galvanise us to start preparing for future events. I just wanted to share a few of the steps that we have implemented. We have emergency supply containers to go on some land outside of the tsunami zone. We have go bags to be rolled out to every household. And we've also had meetings around emergency planning and safe zones and all that kind of thing. Some of the highlights for me were connecting with whānau and community and being involved in the project, which I've never been involved with a research project before. It was great to see how it goes from start to finish, and I'm really looking forward to the citizen assembly and seeing the results from that. A couple of things that stood out for me in my interviews were that our community did not have had a lack of trust towards GDC, and this stems from previous engagement with council where they feel like they were coming out to tick a box, so to speak. This affects people's willingness in our community to participate in future GDC initiatives because they don't feel like their voices are being heard. So they're withholding engagement now. So yeah, it was really important that their feedback is taken on and that there are progress and updates on huis and all that kind of thing. Yeah, kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, I'm Sheena, live in Te Aroha. So I was a part, just a tautoko Phil, so he went out and done the research within our community, and I just helped with the transcribing and coding and just supported him along the way.
Kia ora, kia ora. I do karaoke, so yeah, oh, kia ora. So I can handle one of these things, I think. But I introduced myself earlier. I just want to talk about my experiences with the interviewees. Yeah, it was quite an experience for me doing the mahi because, you know, I'm still driving school buses. And I went from driving school buses, which I still do, to doing that job, which was quite a challenge, but we got there in the end. Sheena used to kick me now and again, but no mind. So, yeah, my experience with the people I interviewed, I found, most of them were actually willing to take part because they knew that there may be something at the end of it, and they looked forward to it. And the other thing too was that I knew them all, they were all locals. So you could say anything to them. No, not really. But yeah, you just have to keep on track. But yeah, and it made my job easier too, considering that it was a new job to me. So, but yeah, so I enjoyed that part of it. There was some, just some different comments from the interviewees that I thought I should bring up. I think they're quite crucial ones. And one was about the council. Aloha mai, Kazi. Is she still here? Yeah. Just the delays in getting there. Perhaps a council staff member should be there earlier, to give their views on how they can help, what resources they have, what finances they can give to people, to local people. Yeah, and there was something else with council, I just forget. But there's something else that I think another crucial issue I should bring up is a few of our landowners and farmers up one of the roads there, Awatere River, that's in Tairāwhiti itself. A lot of them lost their land, during the flooding through erosion. That's been going on, not for a year or so. It's been probably 5 or 6 years, and they've had no help, no resources, no funding from council or government departments. Sorry, I keep mentioning council there, Kazi. But, as I said, these are comments from the interviewees, not me. Yeah, so just a couple of things I think, I thought I'd bring up. But as I said, a real experience for me. And in the end, I enjoyed it. In fact, I used to stay there longer than normal. Sheena used to wonder where I was. I'd go into their houses and they'd open the fridge and grab a bottle of beer. I said, oh, no, sorry, bro. Can't drink today. Yeah, just things like that, because you knew them personally. And they were happy with the questions, the questions I'd given them. Some of them were a bit confused. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, some of them were a bit confused, especially the older ones. And then they would say, you can ask somebody else that question. But, and these were older people. I just respected them and carried on. Yeah. So, yeah, that's really all I got to say. But I'm looking forward to the next challenge or next step. And thank you all for listening, and kia ora tātou, ka kite.
Okay, that's awesome. Thanks, Phil. There I am. So we might have a few minutes for questions, if anyone had any questions for the team. Phil in particular.
Your views is going to be taken into account, or just like they're just going through the routine, as you said, tick the box. So what is the solution?
I'm not sure if you heard that, but one of the things they wanted was council presence at meetings and just in the community in general, as well as one figure that we can establish a relationship with and build a relationship with, and to start to regain some of that trust. That was something that came up for us. It's similar across the other communities. Thank you.
I think, you know, there's a lot of things. I'm not picking on council, but there's a lot of stuff really that hasn't been done, completed in the area. You know, I've been dealing with the council for a few years now, and yeah, there's quite a few things I probably shouldn't mention, but yeah, it'd be great if we could, you know, get more. Get them more involved and give us some positive feedback on, you know, when really they're going to fix something. And at the moment we got a skate park, was it a skate park? Yeah, sorry, skate park there that's falling to bits. I'm sorry I have to say it here because it's affecting our children, and one of them's already been hurt. It's got a lot of cracks in it, and I've been at council about that for a couple of years now, might be longer. And the other day they sent some guys here to seal in the cracks. Some of the concrete walls are broken. They're falling down, falling off. So I think we're entitled to more than that. So sorry I had to say that because I'm getting nowhere with them. Yeah, kia ora.
Thank you to participative, deliberative democracy. The comments that Phil, you have shared, and Tarquin, sorry, so my apologies, Tarquin, are absolutely perfectly true. We know these things, yes. But what I want you to think about, though, is we have a system change. And that system change has put 5 Māori ward councillors into council that have complete purpose to hear what it is that you want to raise, yes? Please use us. Because it's such a new thing, Māori don't realise you can ring us and tell us what you want sorted. Ka pai? Now, it is a new thing because it's only taken 183 years for us to be able to be at that table with a full agenda to represent the issues that you have. So I really encourage you. All our numbers are all on the GDC website. You ring us, and then what that does is you fire us up and we go to ask questions, and then we expect to get answers as your councillors. Ka pai? So I really encourage you to do that. Pardon? What happens in the regard to when people ring me, I tell everybody, if you've got an issue and you're not getting satisfaction, elevate it to your Māori ward councillors, because that's what councillors have always been used for in the past. And I have to say, our treaty partners, they really know how to use their councillors. What I've noticed is Māori are unaccustomed to using this form of democracy. So I really encourage you, because it's new for us, but it's also new for the whole Tairāwhiti. Ka pai? So start to be comfortable. I expect to be rung so much more during the week as a result of it. And the answer is really simple. You convey the question to us and I elevate it directly to the CEO, because the staff are not my business. None of us as councillors can speak directly to staff, ka pai? But the CEO, those are her staff, and she needs to find us the answer, and either we direct her directly to supply that to you, or by us we bring you the answer. Kia ora. So that's something new that all of our community won't be aware of. The other thing is the low trust is correct, and we have to build relationships with the 300 plus staff too as Māori. Phil, the point that you're talking about in our pakeke not having the capacity to sometimes understand or even answer the questions is because we don't have any muscle in being able to speak to those spaces. Largely, yes. And so I encourage at all our families. I'm an educator, 35 years teacher, secondary school kids, primary schools and tertiary. I always found my children in high school. I did 17 years of teaching here on the coast and then away. That Māori children didn't naturally have the opportunity to have an opinion. And that's historical. And that's school-based trauma, yes? So we actually have to build the strength in amongst our people to question in spaces that have often been hostile to us. So I really applaud the fact that we're all speaking today and we're all people of colour. And this is not to be horrible to my white whakapapa, no. It's saying that we need more muscle skill building in it, and we're developing that stronger in some spaces than others. But I really celebrate the idea that more of us get to give our voices so that there's just not the tyranny of one voice making decisions about what happens here in the Tairāwhiti. So I really encourage you to continue to speak the way you do. It's wonderful.
Are there any other comments, questions from the floor? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone, and yeah, that's us. Thanks very much. Just to say, thanks to Gisborne District Council for funding the project, and that the report is available on the Te Weu website. That was a genuine thank you.
That was great, and we're looking forward to the next piece of that project. I'll just check in now before we move on to session 7, whether we're okay for timing, if we want to do afternoon tea first or do this quick one first. Ringawera at the back. Okay. Well, this is a quick one, about 15 minutes, and then we're going to have a break for afternoon tea, and we have one more session this afternoon. So I'm just going to introduce this group by spinning around. Now I'm here for the to tell you about session 7. So Professor Anna Brown unfortunately isn't able to be with us today, but she sent through some words to introduce you to this kaupapa. So rather than me continue to talk, I'm going to morph into Anna and share some words that Anna's written for you. Okay, so kia ora koutou. My apologies for not being in the room with you today. I am watching via the live stream. Kia ora, Anna. I wanted to tell you a little bit about this creative community kaupapa. The first is the power of creativity to remind us about being alive, being adaptable, being resilient. Creativity offers us and our communities a way to respond to the climate crisis in other ways, through words, images, moving image, song, things in our hands, installations, materials and performance. Collective creativity is action research. It is an embodied space to express our views and ideas. It connects to our brains and our hearts. As one of our wahine in the Kamua Kamuri community told us, come and talk with us, listen with us, and let's see what comes from that time. So over the weekend that's just gone, yep, we are tired now, from Friday to Sunday, we made time to connect artistic communities across the motu with local initiatives. The only framing that we gave those groups was that the coming together of the people would culminate in a public exhibition to celebrate stories of hope. So on Sunday evening, we were all up here and we looked backwards and towards the future. We connected to our local communities through creative means. The aroha and awe in the room was palpable. At the end of the slideshow I'm about to present to take you on the journey through the events of the weekend, I've got a poem that Anna has shared from one of the rōpū that were with us over that time. So a quick walk through the Creative Communities weekend event that we've just had. Some of you may have noticed this very flash sign hanging up here and thought like, whoa, that's an interesting way to spend research funding, Pūtea. It wasn't that. This installation, I suppose, came from one of the teams over the weekend, and the Taikea whānau and the Hautatu Hack Lab, if you haven't been down there already to see it, this is what they whipped up to in just a few short days. If it looks familiar to you and you've been through the 80s and 90s, here's a little hint as to why. I won't go into explaining, art, because I think that's the whole beauty of all of these things I'm about to show you, is that the presentation of the findings that people had over the weekend, the way that they were able to express these findings and stories in different ways means that they're very open to interpretation. Sometimes when we read things line by line, they're solid and they're kind of very factual and not necessarily open to interpretation, but the creative exhibits that came through this weekend were very open to that. So like all of the kaupapa that we've been hearing from today, a collaboration went on. And actually the first Te Weu research project, before there was a charitable trust, one of the awesome things about it was that the research that was done in communities led to the creation of resources for those communities. So we looked into the impacts of carbon farming and land use decision making for whānau across the coast. And we found, and across actually inland as well, we're with Jodie at Midway, across Tairāwhiti really, we found that people wanted more resources that were made for them by them. And so we created videos and posters that went out to kura, interactive dashboards and other various things. And that initial experience really, I think, speaks to what can be created through a research process done with and by community. So our first rōpū, Taikea, I've already explained what they created, but ka mua ka muri. Not only did they create this epic neon, but they also started a virtual escape room that people can engage with across the Tairāwhiti community, so keep an eye out for that one, it's coming soon. If you haven't been to their real life escape room, it's in Tripakot, and the rangatahi run that Taikea Next Gen. Repair and reflare. So David Cook was paired with our 3 locals, and they looked at how, instead of throwing things away, we can repair things. They came up with some beautiful installations of found objects, and their talents for all of this just shone through. That was in the middle of the room here. Exchange Cafe, kia ora Harley, kia ora Exchange Cafe Vairanga in the corner over there. There was an installation that Exchange Cafe did. Exchange Cafe is about communicating concepts around climate and resilience building and helping our communities to form solutions together. And so there was this awesome installation in the middle of the room a little bit uncomfortable because that's how conversations probably should be if they're going to get anywhere. But yeah, Exchange Cafe was here to express that. They also created a zine, and remember these are only 2-3 days of working together. A zine? Yeah, a zine. Okay, tuatara nui nama ono. You'll hear more from this rōpū today, but this beautiful pairing not only travelled all the way up the coast so that they could connect with the kaupapa there, but created numerous artworks expressing the whenua at tuatara nui. So I'm sure for those of you who are attending tomorrow, you'll be able to engage with Tash about that. The Ngāhere Network, bundle of energy, this rōpū. If anyone knows Ron, you'll know that any rōpū he joins is going to be a bundle of energy anyway. But yeah, using amazing techniques, they created this huge installation. This photo doesn't do it justice because it was massive and like hanging right over the corner of the room there. You can't really see it, but there's a map of all of the roads in here, and this is kind of signifying connections between the Ngāhere Network, which is a collection of backyard nurseries for native plant growing that's forming all across the Tairāwhiti region. Radiche Soil Solutions, I've been told I have to say it like that, by Jacopo. These two only just met each other and they just hit it off. To me, this group embodied the joy of like coming together around a kaupapa of interest to you both, and magically over just 3 days they turned the supply closet, which usually has all these chairs in it, into this interactive experience looking at the unseen. So this is kind of some cells from soil, and they've used here some pine branches to kind of engage in that space. It was a beautiful installation. Tairāwhiti Indigenous Bioeconomy Project. This rōpū, although celebrating one face in here, but alongside Manu, Brendan Thomas, who's a local photographer, and Michelle Duff, who is a beautiful writer, they managed to hit up how many places across the coast? Like 7? I don't know. They went all across the coast in just a few days and created these beautiful images with writings. If you haven't seen them yet, they're down in the foyer. And they're just a super special acknowledgement of what's possible in our Indigenous ngāhere and what has already been done, actually, in this rohe. And there's some kind of mention of a National Geographic something or other coming, so watch that space too. The Slash for Cash team was epic. So Slash for Cash, if you haven't come across it already, in Uawa, creating biochar products from Slash, really activating the community there. And Tabiso is in Uawa, Heniaio is in Wairoa, Tim is here in Gizzy, so he worked with them as a local creative. He'll go on to support the kaupapa. And Wallace is a jazz singer, designer, and they actually wrote a song and performed it during the exhibition show, so that was total magic. This is our rōpū from the East Coast Exchange. It's me and Dana. Izzy, our product manager, and we're paired with Johanna. And over the course of the weekend, you can't really tell what's going on in this image here, but anyone from Uawa might recognise this face vaguely. We created moving image and storytelling about the kaimahi of our region that put so much time and energy and dedication into regenerative work. And this is Mere Tamanui, which showcased in one of our recordings. We also interviewed Ron. We've got fencing. We had some pest control stuff. Yeah, all the really helping to connect to the heart of what's going on in our region and often the unseen as well. And our final collective, the Uawa Wai Collective, if you watched the One News on, I think it was Monday night, you may have seen a glimpse of these guys. John Campbell, just passing through, happened to turn up and take some footage as well. Here there's a beautiful light installation that Tia Carlson and Carmen Donald worked on alongside Ingrid Horrocks, their visiting creative. Carmen shared a beautiful heartfelt poem, and Lily Stender as the crayfish, angry crayfish, presented from the sea to us land dwellers and let us know her thoughts. So yeah, I guess I wanted to put this in here. This is from the Oxford Dictionary, the definition of research, you know, just as a nod to actually the creativity that went on and the outputs. It might not be research in the more kind of traditional academic sense that we think of research as, but there's measurable results. There's definitely facts and new conclusions communicated and understood, and there is a coming together of communities to do that. So ka mua, ka muri, walking backwards into our future, and I'll end with the poem that Anna has sent through. We work together to describe it. The work embodies layerings of whenua, wai, body and kupu. It is about pain and the journey of not being believed, a representation of the devastation, but also the beauty that remains. Map of the mouth of Uawanui a Ruamatua, magnetic resonance image of a slipped disc in Carmen's tuara, the disc bulging out, pain like childbirth. These tohu are coming up. We can't ignore that. We need to pay attention. We were talking about Papatoanuku, Earth Mother, giving all these signals. We wanted to make something beautiful to embody our wai. Kia ora. Okay, kai time, and then one more session after that.
and take some notes from each little group, and then we'll have a little report back. You're an academic, Mike. You're good at taking notes. And try not to take up all the oxygen in your group, and let everyone have a say. But yeah, just, I don't know, groups of 4 or 5 or 10, whatever you feel comfortable with. You can be with your friends, or you can make some new friends. Just shuffle the chairs around, and we'll just sort of maybe take 20 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes of reporting back, and that might be us for the day. Ka pai? So organise yourselves, or we'll number you off. Four or 5 or 6 or 10, or it could just be 1 or 2. Maybe a way of structuring it is to think about what you can do individually, what we could do as communities, and what we might want to say to central or local government as a result of some of the things we've heard today. Other than Tasha's laugh. maybe just another 5 minutes, so work out what you're going to share back with everyone else. If someone hasn't spoken much, make sure everyone's had a little kōrero that wants to. Okay, folks, start wrapping up and come back together. Form a big circle. Okay, folks. Who's reporting back from each group? You can probably just stay where you are and I'll pass the mic around. Looks like Malcolm's keen to kōrero. You got your spokesperson? Emma?
All right, I'm going to share a few of my messy notes, and these guys can fill it in. We had some questions. Where does the funding need to go? How can we get to the next steps of the research, getting stuff done? We mentioned Te Pai Tata, which is the health plan, which talks about community voice being embedded across the system. We noted there were some missing people in the room, missing groups, some funders, local businesses, talking about how those missing people and missing voices are part of the system challenges that limit implementation of getting stuff done and all the different levels at which things need to happen. We need better mechanisms to put evidence into action. We didn't come up with those mechanisms though. We talked about valuing exchanges. There was an example of sharing data with government and then asking for some data back, and they said no, and that kind of lack of valuing those equal exchanges of information and knowledge and stuff. And then we were talking about de-risking infrastructure, which is a new term I haven't heard of, but talking about prevention and doing the prevention work around bridges and stuff rather than just replacing them when something terrible happens. Bringing in resources and knowledge from outside the region to help with solutions, talking about different alignments, and lastly, more communication between groups. So there's lots of groups and communities that are all working for the same thing or doing similar things but not talking to each other. So how can we get people to cut down all those admin costs when we're all working on the same thing? And we kind of noted this type of thing is a great example of that. Did I miss anything? Sorry, that was a bit of a
Kia ora everyone, ko Elizabeth aho. We weren't as systematic, but we did a little storytelling, and we had a lot of the same points about communication and talking about kind of more practical solutions. And then I came in with a quick little soapbox to go on to, and I just said, I have a real beef with the word resiliency, and which came a lot up during the whole talks. And to me, resilience is a word that takes blame off of other things. So like saying Tairāwhiti is resilient and they'll bounce back puts blame off of central government and local government for all the things that really we should be doing capacity building instead within communities. So enabling communities to have the resources to do things, giving the funding to communities to do it because they are the ones who know best, and which we heard over and over again, that they're the people on the floor, have lived experiences, they're the ones who will be able to use the funding in the way that's most applicable to their whānau and what they need. And so that was, soapbox off. So we just talked about that and all the things that are needed for that, like communication. We talked about things in TK and how in TK the community, before they got the information from the town to put the alarms on, they were already doing it. And same, I work at Turanga Health. Before GDC did anything, people were showing up at work on the next day. No one was calling them into work. They were just there, ready there with two hands. If there's a need, they went right away. And so that's what this community is like. And so I think, what are lessons we take from that? Give the funding to them and give it to the way, trust the communities, trust Māori providers, trust them to do what's best for their whānau and their people. But yeah.
Totally agree, don't wait for the council. And if you didn't know why you shouldn't, just read the Civil Defence Emergency Act 2002 so that you can actually understand what the council and what civil defence is responsible for, and you will see that they acted exactly as they are required to. Kia ora. So we should never hope from people things that they are not mandated to deliver. So that's really helpful. The rest of the public in Gisborne doesn't know that, but that's why we're so disappointed. Kia ora. Okay, right, so our group said, create a coordinated alliance and a coordinated approach before the event. Don't wait for the state, be prepared to organise locally. Communication is important to know who is doing what, and you need to fundamentally know your community if you want to lean into others or if you want to be outside of your own self. One thing I said is that when imminent crisis is occurring, everybody goes to self first. So don't forget that that's prerogative number one, and that everybody else becomes second once imminent danger is not present. If you've ever been in imminent danger, you know this is absolutely the case. I've had 3 opportunities to be in imminent danger. And the choice was my children or me. Kia ora. It's okay to ask for help. Be aware of others' needs, medically dependent, people on their own, elderly, or ones that live as single people who have their pets, because their pets are as important as humans are to them, because that's their affinity. Another really good thing for us all to think about, how do we deal with mass death? How will you deal with mass death? What's your approach? And do you have first recovery skills? Are you trained in first recovery skills? Personally, is your whole family trained in first recovery skills? Do you know where the closest trained paramedic or where the closest access to meds are outside of your household? And that's our group. Kia ora.
Excellent points brought up by everybody. Our group, we kind of bounced around many different ideas. It was quite conversational. But to weave it all together, I think what Renee was talking about with having different mediums to represent research is quite important, because research can get hidden in reports, and that means that people can't access and they can feel isolated by that research, which means that we might have kids that might not think that they can become an engineer because they don't identify with that language and they might not have been brought up with that language. So having multiple ways where everybody can actually identify with all of these different ideas so that they can start to embody these concepts and actually become more civically engaged because they're actually able to participate. Is, yeah, kind of what weaved it all together.
What we were trying to do is, what do you do with your, how do you empower your society, your communities to deal with future events? And one of the things was, how do you train your children to be more resilient? And so what we came up with was that we need to share this research in a way that everyone, including our children, can interact with it and understand from it, and then appreciate what they need to do to build a stronger community. That, and then from there we thought about, so what was the other point we had? Yeah, and so we can ask, and the other most important point was, ask our children how they want to become more resilient. We might have ideas, but our children will definitely have better ones.
That's about us for today. There's some really good reflections and suggestions there that we've captured and we'll remind you about. I'm not going to do anything with it. It's up to each of us to take that and do what we will. I would say there's the good thing about research and evidence is it does bring to light or tries to clarify situations which can help us move beyond our particular perspective and experience and try and understand the broader context and others' experiences. And as a result of that, we can get some more transparency and more understanding and appreciation of a situation. So I'm hoping that it's part of what all of the evidence building and information gathering and sharing that these events can and the projects can contribute to, and the experts and all of that. Because in that, you know, as we've gone around the communities, there's a lot of expectations, particularly on council, around what they should and shouldn't be doing, and also other agencies and organisations within communities who all have well-intentioned people trying to do the best job they can with very limited resources, whether that's at a central government level or at a local level. And yes, we shouldn't let them off the hook for any of their responsibilities, but we should also be really clear about what our expectations are and whether those expectations are realistic or unrealistic in some situations. And if we want them to deliver more, are we prepared to give up more of our paycheck or have a reduced pension or whatever it is, because those resources have to come from somewhere. And we can have an argument about whether the tax system's fair or not. That's a different issue, but someone's got to pay for whatever we want. And there's always room for improvement, and there's always efficiencies, and we shouldn't let poor service go unanswered, but neither should we expect people to work 24/7 and burn themselves out and destroy their families in the process. So those expectations, you know, in terms of bridges and roads and all of that, we need to have these sort of conversations and work out what's reasonable to expect and what we're prepared to offer to see those things happen. Anyway, those are my reflections. So thank you, everybody. I think it's been a good, productive day. Had some really good feedback, and it has all been recorded, the presentations and things, so that will be available on the Exchange Cafe YouTube channel and Facebook page. And then we'll do it all again tomorrow with some more awesome presentations. Really looking forward to that. There's a lot of food at the back, and anything that's left over we can take to one of the local community centres, who said they will dispose of it amongst their people, but feel free to take as much as you can carry in the back of your car or whatever, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Kia ora. Yeah, we'll do karakia at the end tomorrow.